and then play the room.
Roll call, jump away, roll call, jump away. There's a meeting up in heaven, roll call. Is your name written there in that long book of life, roll call? Brother, sister, roll call. Roll call. Good morning. Roll call, jump away, roll call, jump away. There's a meeting up in heaven, roll call. Is your name written there in that long book of life, roll call? Brother, sister, roll call. Roll call. Good morning.
This is something before you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I just highlighted that clip to say that St. James gone totally. St. James gone totally. Without any further ado, wifey, take it over.
Hello, happy Friday. Welcome to everyone. Welcome to those in television land. Welcome to our silent supporters. And welcome to those in the chat. Hope everyone, as usual, had a wonderful and productive week. And looking forward to a wonderful and rested weekend. Tonight's topic is the trail of corruption. And your host is Baron and Anne-Marie, as you know. Really appreciate everyone for their continued support, and we want to say thank you to all the new subscribers. Really appreciate each and every one. And guys, remember, as you come in, you thumbs up the live, share us out if you can, and if you're new, please show some support by subscribing. The subscription mode is on just to avoid the distractions, because last week we had quite a number of distractors, and I only have one device that I can go into to put it on that mode, and that one was being used for the turn off that one, please, for the phone call. So it was delayed a bit, and it was causing quite a stir in the chat. So I turned on subscription mode. Only I'm not seeing it right now, but I'm just gonna double check because I turned it on earlier just to make sure it's there. All right. So again, thank you. Really appreciate each and every one. Let me just go ahead and welcome those in the chat. Sonia, Foster, Marian Anderson, Winnie Mead was here earlier. Truck Life, bless up as usual. Miss Monica, then bless you, and Baron, Colleen, peace and blessings, everyone. Welcome, Juba Bruce Love TV, RJ, Lloyd Fang, Sassy, Cynthia B, Barbara Finley, Donna Williams, Andrea Hunt, Noreen McLean, Sweet Pea, Miss Egla. Make sure I get your name correct. Saying happy Friday to you, Mystic Sensation, and everyone. Don Mel, welcome. Thank you so much. Really appreciate each and everyone. And welcome to those over on Facebook as well. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for your continued support. And that person who's always sharing as soon as we start. Thank you so much for that share over there on Facebook. Pauline also saying good night. Welcome. And without any further delay, I am going to hand over to Baron, who's going to start the discussion.
Yes, once again, I want to say a big thanks to all of our subscribers who continuing to support us, right? Thanks and many thanks. All right, tonight is going to be a night as it relates to 100% pure investigation in the trail of corruption. tonight we'll be digging into, right, the history as it relates to the trail of corruption. But before I get into that, I want to explain just briefly the criminal justice system to all my subscribers so that they can fully understand, what we are going to discuss, right? And one of the reasons why I said that Paula Llewellyn, the DPP, right, seems to be, a part of the process where corruption is concerned, right? And that is one of the reasons why I want to break down the criminal justice system so that people understand why the reason Mystic Sensation would say that Paula Llewellyn appears to be corrupt, right? So let me just say that. Now, the thing is, when I said that the court system, right, I give Jamaica court system a positive, credit in terms of how they process case, which is the judiciary, the court system, right, which the court system is a part of the criminal justice system. So when I speak about the court system, that the court system is, to me, I give them 95% credit rating, right, in terms of dealing with case, right, in a very professional manner. Although it's a part of the criminal justice system, right, let me just define to you, when we talk about the criminal justice system, what do we mean? The criminal justice system consists, and particularly to the fact that we are going to go into the detail of investigating Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness, right, alleged corruption, you really need to understand, right, when we talk about the criminal justice system and its function. So the criminal justice system comprises of 4 main parts. 1, the courts. 2, the prosecution. 3, investigation. And 4, correction, the correction service. Now, when you're processing a crime, particularly we are going to talk about financial crime because we are going to step in the detail as it relates to the investigation into Andrew Holness, right, wealth, right? Now, when you're talking about, a financial crime, so to speak, and how it processed through the criminal justice system, the first person to deal with that would be the police or the investigator. The police and the investigator would normally collect evidence and store evidence. So when it comes to investigation and crime scene management, the police involved in processing the information, collecting the information, and storing the information. So those are factors when it comes to storing the information. If the police doesn't store the information properly, they can lose that case when it gets into the judiciary. If they don't store, right, the evidence properly, they can lose that case when it goes into court, right? So you have to understand the entire case management system. Now, the prosecution and the investigators, they work together, they collaborate together, looking over the evidence, right? And see what are the factors in aiding us to win a successful case. So when I say Paula Llewellyn, right, appears to be corrupt, it is the responsibility for the prosecution tie, at the hip with the investigators in terms of processing that case, right, making sure that they dotted all the I's, crossed all the T's, right, and as it relates to certain things that can cause a case to be dismissed, right, is what I tell you. The processing of the information, the collection of the information, and 3, what Paula Llewellyn is using on us today is the statute of limitation. And this is one of the reasons why when we are going to explain and go through the process, you are going to see when I say that it appears that Paula Llewellyn is extremely corrupt, right? So then when it comes to the statute of limitation, Paula Llewellyn would have understood, you understand, certain statute of limitation as it relates to certain crime. And so then the prosecution and the investigation should be, and the investigators should bear that in mind of the statute of limitation and work efficiently, right, in terms of processing the information and processing the information on time. So when I say that Paula Llewellyn sits and waits until the statute of limitation, then she's going to point out the statute of limitation appears to me to be corrupt. And we are going to see. So that is one of the reasons why I am explaining this. So the first person on the scene of any crime is the police, the investigators, right? The investigators and the prosecution work together, right? In terms of that, the collection and storage of the information, evidence is crucial in every case. Thank you, Serene Sue. It seems like Serene Sue, I'm affiliated with law, but thank you for that, Serene Sue. So when we are talking about the investigation, the investigators on the crime scene do what they do, cordon off the crime scene, collect all the evidence, process the evidence properly, and making sure that they follow, right, all the procedures in doing that. The prosecution and the investigators should work together, right, and then making sure that that case reach the judiciary. Now, when it reaches the judiciary, what the court does, the court now would hear the case and make a determination whether the person is guilty or not guilty. That is the responsibility of the judiciary. And so then Paula Llewellyn must not preempt, right, a case in terms of not wanting it to go into the judiciary and decided whether or not, although she has the power to do it. But when it comes to justice for the people, right, we are saying that some of these cases need to be prepared. Paula Llewellyn need to understand this, the statute of limitation and work within that time frame, right, to make sure that these cases put into the judiciary. And most of the times when these cases put into the judiciary, evidence are properly collected, evidence are properly stored, the judge is going to rule in favor of the strength of the evidence. So that is what I want to bring out. Because we are going to later, I want people to sit and watch Mystic Sensation going through the history as it relates to Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness alleged corruption. Now, without any further ado, we have seen the Prime Minister going around, breaking ground, and do all of that, right? Still continue to be conniving, deceiving, right? Now he knows very well that he cannot use clerks, right, to win the people over. So Andrew Holness is trying everything in his utmost best. And as I say, people, as I say, that Andrew Holness is not rolling out strategy to move the country forward. Andrew Holness, knowing to the fact that the mountain of corruption that the Jamaica Labour Party involved with, is going to do everything in its power to stay in power, to hide the corruption. So people, now he's promising Portmore Park and all of that. Let me give you detail of how Andrew Holness' government is deceiving right? Now, I am going to play a clip for us. And I want you to look on the clip. The presentation, what being presented, right, was simple a lie to deceive clients as it relates to Guardsman Megaverse. The reason why I am playing that, it is the very same platform being utilized to talk about Portmore Oasis Park. People, this is actually fraud in every way, and I'm going to prove it tonight. Now, let me show you how Jamaica Labour Party government can be deceiving with some members of the private sector of Jamaica, right? When we talk about the Guardsman Megaverse and what they sold, right? Telling lies that they have it. And if it wasn't for series of robberies upon Beryllium, what would have happened is that money would have been taken out of our treasury to facilitate this lie. So this is what I want people to understand. That what Andrew Holness is going around doing, breaking ground and doing all of that, it comes from the same platform of viciousness and lying. So without any further ado, let us play it for you people and let you understand. I want Jamaica to be educated, to be aware, right? To know that Andrew Holness is a political con artist. Without any further ado, let me show the Jamaican people and the world the example of a deceiving lie, right, as it relates to members of parliament, right, and members of private sector of Jamaica, right, doing that as it relates to Guardsman Megaverse. Let me play that clip. Without any further ado, play that clip. Guardsman Megaverse.
Guardsman has always been and always will be the company that thinks outside of the box. We have always listened carefully to what our clients require, and we have found a way to deliver. For us to deliver more seamless, intelligent, and powerful security solutions to deal with crime in our island nation, as the leader of the largest security company in Jamaica, and along with our nation's security forces, can play a critical role in diminishing crime in Jamaica, sir.
We want to make sure that when you hire guardsmen for any services, we must add value. The technology world is changing, and it's changing fast and furious. We intend to be, and listen to me carefully, we intend to be the largest security technology provider in the Caribbean.
How can we do this? So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm thrilled to introduce you to Synergy. Synergy is our new bespoke product. It is our integrated solution that blends the use of smart technology and the use of well-trained manpower. May consist of AI cameras at the perimeter, license plate recognition at the entry, facial recognition at the staff entry, video verification for the client, an electronic or fire alarm, the ability to dispatch the very nearest asset to a problem, a drone to do aerial surveillance at night, the broadband network that you need to keep everything running smoothly, and on top of that, a security operations center who can see everything happening on the ground by having all of your cameras, all of your access control, all of your burglary, your fire, and your response team in one place.
I wish to add at this time my own congratulations to Ken Mills and his team for continuing to bring cutting-edge, pioneering and security technology solution to the people of Jamaica and to the wider region.
Is truly mind-blowing. And what came to mind?
So my people, here you have Horace Chan, Darrell Valls, combined as members of parliament, with members of PSOJ, right, selling something that they don't have, lying to the client, and in extension defrauding the client. Now, they talk about AI, right, camera system. None of that. Big joke. They talk about license plate recognition. None of that. Big joke. They talk about face recognition. None of that. Big joke. They talk about drone for aerial surveillance. None of that. Big joke. They talk about control center to monitor all these situations at night. People, let me put my hand on my head. Can you imagine that members of parliament, right, along with Kenneth Benjamin, right, in a cohesive effort to lie to the clients? Kenneth Benjamin has none of this. Deceiving the client, and this is what they do. Con artists, political con artists. So when we see something like that, we have seen series of beryllium, right, mobile vehicles come under attack. No air, no drones, air surveillance to monitor those, right? No license plate recognition. All a lie. All a lie. What the reason Mystic Sensation is playing that? Andrew Holness using the same platform. Let me show you now what Andrew Holness is doing, utilizing the same platform to deceive people simply because he's facing a local government election. Stephen Sue, are they selling puss in a bag? Yes, they are selling puss in a bag. Now, Janet, big up yourself. So true. So now, let us look what the Prime Minister utilizing the same platform to do as it relates to wanting to win, right, Portmore local government election. All lies, 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 lies. Cynthia B, and a beryllium to have the local police escort. Why? Where the cutting edge, where the cutting edge there. Okay. Oh, yeah. Can you imagine? Yes, all lies. All lies. So without any further ado, let me show you another lie in progress. Honey, the beginning of the Oasis Portmore resilience video.
Okay.
So we can exit and increase the space.
The new era of green space at Portmore Resilience Park. This groundbreaking park seamlessly merges climate resilience with recreational areas, making it a vital and timely addition to the vibrant city of Portmore in St. Catherine. Discover the perfect balance between nature and leisure in the Sunshine City. Get ready for the transformation of Portmore with the Portmore Resilience Park. Spanning 21 acres within a 26-acre lot, this exciting project will be completed in just 18 months. Imagine a place where you can enjoy beautifully landscaped areas, state-of-the-art sports facilities, commercial hubs, and much more. What can you expect to find at the Portmore Resilience Park? Let's break it down. There will be a main administrative building with commercial spaces, a maintenance building, an indoor sports center, water features, promenades, gazebos, and outdoor multi-purpose sports courts. Plus, there will be an outdoor gym, a children's play area, and a 10-foot wide jogging trail for fitness enthusiasts. And that's not all. You'll also find a great lawn event space, pavilion, restrooms, and even a climate change tower reservation. But it's not just about the amenities. The Portmore Resilience Park is committed to being eco-friendly and sustainable, with features like water conservation management, energy efficiency, nature-based adaptation, and sustainable solid waste management. This park is designed with the future in mind. Effective conservation strategies will see rainwater collected to reduce water usage through on-site treatment, water recycled and reused, and storm water effectively managed and incorporated into features like rain gardens. To provide a pleasant environment, local, drought-tolerant plant species will be utilized to provide shade, remove air pollutants, and produce oxygen. The park's design includes alternative energy sources through the implementation of a photovoltaic PV solar system and EV chargers on site. The benefits of the Portmore Resilience Park are vast. For the public, it offers access to top-notch sports facilities, relaxing landscaped areas, and a place to connect with the community. The business community will also thrive, with commercial spaces available for lease and opportunities for economic growth. This park is expected to generate more than 400 jobs during construction, 70 during operation, and provide scores of others through the facilitation of more than 20 micro and small enterprises within the park. These will contribute to a growing and burgeoning economy for Portmore and beyond. So whether you're a resident of Portmore, a business owner, or simply someone who loves spending time in green spaces, the Portmore Resilience Park is a project that should not be missed. Get ready to experience the future of parks. Join us as we create a sustainable oasis for St. Catherine and Jamaica.
All right, take it away. And so then, when you hear that political strategy apply, wow, wow, Andrew Holness indeed know how to turn it up and know how to turn it down, telling lies to continue to deceive people. It's just like his first 100 days and all of what he had promised. Today, non-Jamaican has seen none of his promise fulfilled, not one. Jamaica, you need to understand that Andrew Holness will be drawing out all the stops because he wants to hide his wrongdoing. So I am playing all of that to show you his political strategy. Andrew Holness wants to hide his corruption from established. But guess what? We on social media, we are going to never stop digging until we reveal it. Now, tonight, we are going to begin and show you what Andrew Holness need to concern about, right? Instead of him doubling down, tripling down in lies and lies and lies and continue to deceive the Jamaican people. This is what Andrew Holness need to concern about, and this is what all of us Jamaicans need to concern about. Stand by for this next clip. Byron Jones, Bay Virtual Plan, I come with all the city where I'm going to build exactly. You understand? No, well, I mean, you have seen the megaverse as it relates to his digitalized plan. Nothing they have, nothing. And so then, the same platform that he used for the megaverse is the same platform he's using for Portmore project. What a shame. What a disgrace. Now, let us look why we need to get very serious, because our treasury is under pressure by the Jamaican Labour Party government. Without any further ado, let us play this next clip and show the growth concern that we need to have.
Looks like Jamaica has a $1 trillion accountability crisis, which includes the Ministry of Education and Youth, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and the Office of the Prime Minister. This story is coming from the Jamaica Gleaner. The chronic non-compliance of some ministries and public bodies to fiscal regulatory requirements is hindering the independent assessment of how more than $1.6 trillion allocated to these entities was utilized, raising concerns about transparency, accountability, and whether taxpayers received value for the allocated funds. Among the violators failing to prepare and submit appropriation accounts are the Ministry of Education and Youth, Fayval Williams, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Christopher Tufton, and the Office of the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness. Auditor General Pamela Monroe Ellis has outlined that for 9 fiscal years, spanning 2012 to 13 to 2018 to 19 and 2021 to 22 to 2022 to 23, Parliament approved $902 billion, representing 13.7% of the national budget, to manage and administer public education in Jamaica. However, for the period specified, the ministry was found wanting in adhering to the law and good governance practices. The Financial Administration and Audit (FAA) Act requires the permanent secretary, who is the accounting officer, to prepare and submit to the minister and the auditor general the appropriation accounts 4 months after the fiscal year. The appropriation accounts set out the expenditure for the year against the approved budgetary allocation. The FAA mandates the Auditor General to audit the appropriation accounts and give an opinion on whether the money expended has been used for the purpose for which it was approved, and check that the expenditure does not exceed the amount authorized. In her 2023 annual report, Monroe Ellis reported that the Education Ministry's failure to submit the appropriation accounts prevented her from making an independent assessment of the ministry's spending to what was approved. This also undermines good governance practice, as it denies Parliament, the citizens of Jamaica, and the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service Information to hold the management of the Ministry of Education and Youth accountable on the use of public resources, as well as to guide decisions on future budget approval, she said. The accounting officer in the Ministry of Education and Youth has since advised that the ministry has taken steps to resolve the outstanding issues by engaging 2 consultants to aid with the processing of the outstanding issues, such as the bank reconciliations and the appropriation accounts backlog, the Auditor General said. The Ministry of Health and Wellness was also featured for its delinquency in submitting appropriation accounts in keeping with the law. Up to late November 2023, the accounting officer in that ministry had not presented appropriation accounts for financial years 2013 to 14 to 2022 to 23. Over the 10-year period, Parliament approved $695 billion, or 9.1% of the national budget for the management and administration of the public health sector. The Auditor General said that the ministry's failure to submit the appropriation accounts prevented her from conducting the required independent assessment on spending. The Auditor General added that after the completion of her draft report, the accounting officer submitted 15 of the 22 appropriation accounts for financial years 2013 to 2014 to 2022 to 2023, which her department received on December 6, 2023. However, they did not meet the standards for submission. According to Monroe Ellis, the Chief Audit Executive did not sign off on the appropriation accounts report submitted due to inaccuracies. Further, 2 of the appropriation accounts were not accompanied by the required statement of explanation for the cause of variances. The Auditor General reported that the accounting officer subsequently indicated that going forward, the ministry will adhere to the July 31st deadline each year as stipulated by the FAA Act, starting with the financial year 2023 to 24. The Auditor General urged the Health Ministry to conform to the law in the submission of the appropriation accounts and to also correct the errors and resubmit the appropriation accounts promptly for certification. Up to the time of reporting, the Auditor General said that 6 appropriation accounts for the Ministry of Labor and Social Security for financial years 2011 to 12 to 2012 to 13 and 2019 to 20 to 2022 to 23 were not submitted within the legal timeframe. This, she said, was a serious breach of accountability and transparency. The failure of the ministry to submit these documents denied the Auditor General the opportunity to assess how the $53.44 billion in public funds approved by Parliament over the period have been spent and managed. She called on the Labor and Social Security Ministry, Pernell Charles Jr., to urgently determine the reasons for this delay and establish a reliable system that will ensure the timely preparation and submission of the appropriation accounts in the future. The Office of the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, also found itself in breach of the FAA law as its accounting officer failed to submit 3 appropriation accounts, representing an accumulated budgetary allocation of approximately $12.02 billion. Oh my God, $12.02 billion? Andrew is really chopping the line. I hope he is not going to those schools and telling those children how to rob the citizens of Jamaica. In her annual report, the Auditor General reported that the accounting officer at the Office of the Prime Minister subsequently indicated that the delay in finalizing the appropriation accounts was due to unresolved issues relating to the reallocation of fiscal space within the Office of the Prime Minister's projects budget. The Auditor General was informed that steps were being made to submit the outstanding appropriation accounts by the end of the 4th quarter of fiscal year 2023 to 24. The Houses of Parliament also lined up with delinquent ministries and public bodies that found themselves in breach of the FAA legislation. The accounting officer failed to submit to the Auditor General 5 appropriation accounts representing an accumulated budgetary allocation of approximately $6.06 billion for financial years 2018 to 19 to 2022 to 23. Failure by the administrative leadership of Parliament to prepare and submit appropriation accounts within the time stipulated by law prevents lawmakers from effectively monitoring expenditures from the consolidated fund. The Auditor General reported that the management subsequently advised that the outstanding accounts are being prepared and will be submitted as soon as possible. Following the auditing of the financial statement of the National Works Agency, NWA, for 2021 to 22,
Stop that there.
All right. Now, let me just stop it right there because, I mean, the series of corruption, and this is not about, one to get partisan. If you have eyes, of course, you must can see the apparent corruption. It is not like Andrew Holness is hiding it. Andrew Holness is behaving in a way as if he owns Jamaica. And so then him and Juliet can operate Jamaica affairs from their bedroom. No checks and balance. And this is one of the reasons why Andrew Holness cannot discipline any member of Parliament for wrongdoing. He can't. He honestly can't. Because based on what we are seeing, right, he is the head of the corruption. He is the head of all allegations surrounding corruption. And so then, how is he going to be able to discipline a member of Parliament? He can't. He can't. And so then, any member of Parliament, they will perform poorly. And Andrew Holness cannot say anything. It is for the reasons as it relates to the mountain of corruption. Now, look at Cornwall Regional Hospital. That was budgeted for $4 billion at start. Now Cornwall Regional Hospital is at $14 billion. And I want people to listen to me quite keenly. So Cornwall Regional Hospital, after exorbitant amount, right, of taxpayers' money, $14.7 billion. He cannot finish Cornwall Regional Hospital as we speak. And yet, he's going to take on big project at Portmore, please, and take on project at St. Catherine as it relates to another article. Come on, people. Come on, people. Look at these things. Now, when we come on social media and we speak about, right, this the blatant disgrace as it relates to Cornwall Original article, you know, you have a lot of critiques is saying that, right, we are critiquing the government in a very negative way, and that Tufton is doing a good job. I am glad now. I am so happy that the United States of America, right, is now in parallel with social media vlogger telling Tufton that our healthcare system is in shambles. The United States now is agreeing with the vlogger, going parallel with the vlogger, telling Tufton that the Jamaica healthcare system is in a shambles. Now, let us play a travel advisory that meet out to Jamaica from the United States. I want Jamaican people to get this. Local government is right around the corner, right? And I want you to see all these things so then you can make a very informed decision as it relates to voting for the People's National Party. Without any further ado, travel advisory. This government.
The document. Just make sure it's sharing. Yeah.
You can clear.
U.S. Gov issues travel advisory to Jamaica over medical concerns.
The government of the United States through its State Department recently issued a warning to its citizens via travel advisory to be careful when traveling to Jamaica due to medical concerns and crime. The advisory posted on the State Department's website stated U.S. citizens must reconsider travel to Jamaica due to crime and violence, the advisory said. On the issue of medical services, the State Department's advisory stated, emergency services and hospital care vary throughout the island, and response times and quality of care may vary from U.S. standards. Public hospitals are under-resourced and cannot always provide high-level or specialized care. Private hospitals require payment upfront before admitting patients and may not have the ability to provide specialized care. Ambulance services are not always readily available, especially in rural areas, and are not always staffed by trained personnel. The advisory then highlighted, we strongly encourage you to obtain traveler's insurance, including medical evacuation insurance, before traveling to Jamaica. The Department of State does not pay medical bills. On crime, the advisory made the following comment. Local police often do not respond effectively to serious criminal incidents. When arrests are made, cases are infrequently prosecuted to a conclusive sentence. Families of U.S. citizens killed in accidents or homicides frequently wait a year or more for final death certificates to be issued by Jamaican authorities. The homicide rate reported by the government of Jamaica has for several years been among the highest in the Western Hemisphere. The advisory then listed locations in Jamaica where their citizens should not visit.
All right, take it away. Okay. So the two primary vulnerabilities that United States identified. One, health. And where people are talking about Tufton is doing a good job. Well, he just exposed. He has just exposed. And when we are hitting him on social media, right, and people are saying that we are criticizing him, you know, in a very negative way. Now we have seen the truth. Now, United States also talk about security. Jenny, the entire Jamaica is in shambles. Exactly, Jenny. Right? Now, you believe that social media bloggers like us carrying down Jamaica? The Jamaica Labour Party government is a disgrace to Jamaica. Jamaica Labour Party government is a disgrace to Jamaica. In the history of our political process, the evidence goes to show that Jamaica Labour party always pilfer from the people's treasury. And that's why tonight I am going to get down in detail and show people the evidence, the clear evidence. In the history of our political process, Andrew Holness is the worst prime minister passed through the hemisphere of Jamaica political process since we gained independence. The worst. In the history of Jamaica, Jamaica Labour Party government, this government, is a disgrace to Jamaica. They continue to connive, continue to steal, continue to do all manner of evil. Now, look how Tufton responded to the situation. Look how Tufton responded to the situation. Right? Now, since the United States spoke out on it, right, he did not say to the United States, okay, all right, you are lying, our healthcare system, you understand, is doing well. When we Jamaican talk, right, Tufton talk down to us and say that we are lying, right, the healthcare is doing well. No, United States talk, right, he has to now admit is to show you the hypocrite, the liar, and the conniver they are. Without any further ado, let us look how he responded. All right.
We begin with a response this afternoon from Health Minister Dr. Christopher Tufton about the U.S. advisory warning travelers about the poor state of the country's public health care system. As you'll hear in this report, the minister is renewing his call for the implementation of tax, which he believes can help to fix the problem.
The idea of having one stream of income just didn't sit well with me.
The healthcare ministry says the recent U.S. travel advisory has created a negative impact on the country's health system on the international scene. The advisory issued on Tuesday urged U.S. citizens to reconsider travel to Jamaica due to crime and medical services. Americans were told that emergency services and hospital care vary throughout Jamaica, and response times and quality of care may vary from U.S. standards. The U.S. government says public hospitals in Jamaica are under-resourced and cannot always provide high-level or specialized care. Health Minister Dr. Christopher Tufton says the issues in the health sector cannot be looked at in a silo.
The issue is a lot more complex than it appears in a release or an advisory. The solution can't be that we must do more. The solution has to recognize why there is an inadequacy to the extent that there is, and how collaboration between public, private, and indeed between jurisdictions can address that inadequacy. And it holds true for Jamaica as it does for many other small island states within the region, and indeed even some of the larger countries.
And again, an appeal for a health insurance tax for all visitors to the island.
It is not unusual. It occurs in other jurisdictions like in Europe, where that tax is required. And if that were in place, maybe we could have a more efficient response, because maybe that tax could be used to train more people and perhaps provide more facilities.
Opposition spokesman on health, Dr. Alfred Dawes, says the advisory is a wake-up call for all Jamaicans about the state of the country's healthcare system. Kerry-Ann Simpson, TVJ News.
There you go, right? When we're talking about the blatant corruption, right? And the reason for all of these, if we did have a government who was less corrupted, right, would have reached certain milestone of success. And people, I want you to bear witness of these things and make sure that when you go to the poll, don't hesitate to put the X beside the head. And I'm speaking to the 63% of persons who did not participate, bringing all these evidence. later. I am going, Sirin Sue, we must look out for hacking in the next election. Right about now, anything is possible. I 100% agree with you, Sirin Sue. Michael Brown, the Magnitsky Act is awaiting Andrew. Trust me well. All right. Now, right, plain corruption. Andrew Wallace is not hiding it, right? And Nigel Clark is not hiding from covering up all the corruption, right? Now, we are going to before we step into the investigation as it relates to Janice Keane, shame, and public disgrace. What than public disgrace? I mean, just look at it. And he is now trying to bring other Caribbean country to say other Caribbean country, right, has similar problems. Other Caribbean country don't have the similar problems as it relates to the level of corruption as it relates to Andrew Holness-led government. Which other Caribbean country you can point on, Tufton? Which other Caribbean country, Mr. Tufton, you can point on that of the level of corruption that Jamaica has? You tell me. Which other Caribbean country that you can point on? You understand that as the sort of murder rate that we have per year? Show me one. So you're not trying to mix up people in your corrupted business stuff done. You understand? Because you know how to, spin. You're a spin doctor. But when United States talk, you can't spin it. When United States reveal the truth, you cannot spin it. But when we on social media talking, you understand, you can come with a little spins and so forth and so forth. But guess what? Your little spinnings now work because we don't know, say, the healthcare system damage under Andrew Holness government. The education system damage under Andrew Holness led government, right? And national security, trust me, is a disaster, right? Now, before we get into the investigation, people, I want to show Andrew Holness, right, and his minions why they need to worry. And I want to congratulate People's National Party for the unity and strength that they are providing, putting their party together, putting the machinery together, right, ready and prepare for local government election. So then, before we get into Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness investigation, let us look and see the People's National Party is moving with such an energy. And trust me, we are going to create a landslide. Remember that you hear it on Mystic Sensation. We are going to create a landslide. Now, without any further ado, let us go into the high energy of the People's National Party. Without any further ado, honey.
Okay, let me just share this. Happy Friday, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate each and everyone's continued support.
So come on, who are you today? We can't call everybody. We couldn't call everybody coming. But I'm happy to see the crowd that is here tonight to show that Western Hanover, Eastern Hanover is ready to take way. Be sure. Hanover, Eastern Hanover. I don't see that they know what's already. When I say last spring take out, you know what's going on. When I say winter take out, you know roll back. That's when I say idea Perkins jump out. Anything what's going on about this time, you see this time, 1,000% I his worship team up. How am I going to pick the team up with our struggle? Hey, I'll take you out to the land. We'll take you to the land. Let's take you out to the land. Are you ready, Government? That's right, 1 minute. Why don't you be able I got to tell them how to be working like. We went to Central 2018. The minister of local government turned to us and said, each councillor will get 20 doctors. How long we get in a dump on? How long we get in a dump on? The promise we housing, how long we get in here? But come like I tell you tonight, we have a team. Mark going to put that team in place when they win the election. To settle all the problems. You have a team to fix what wasn't just. You have a team to fix back finance. You have a team in place to fix back education. You have a team to fix back the infrastructure of Jamaica. And ensure that an election day, make sure you're calling neighbor. If you're not hearing anyone, knock on the door. I think it's ready to go forward. If you don't want to tell we're money, you're going to
All right, take it away, honey. All right. So, people, let me say this. Inside full, outside full, and not one of those persons was paid for. Right? People loving the People's National Party out of natural love. Right? And so then PNP never spend any money. You understand? They have them people, they are peer people to come there. People want a positive change, and People's National Party is getting a genuine support. Genuine support. So that is not a paid for crowd. And so then we know that PNP has the momentum. Now, ladies and gentlemen, where we are going to go tonight, right? In terms of my skills and talent, we will be venturing to the investigation as it relates to Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness. So for persons who drink coffee, get your crackers, sit and relax, because we are going to take you through, right, the history of corruption as it relates to Andrew Holness. Ian Morgan, the corruption in Jamaica is insurmountable, right? It's way ahead of what we perceive and will never be fully exposed. You're so right, Morgan. So right. Now we are going to begin. And people, let me tell you something. I have done this because I want to, just like create a book where we can go through from page by page by page by page to see the viciousness of this Jamaica Labour Party and their premeditated act. And so then one of the reasons why this, I know for sure, based on investigation, that is definitely premeditated, to the fact that not one of them signed the code of conduct. They have not signed it for the obvious reason, because they don't want to be held by that level of accountability. And so then, premeditatedly, they all agreed not to sign. And so they all corrupt. Jamaican people, I want you to understand what I'm saying. Mark Golding and the People's National Party, they all sign the code of conduct. What that is saying, we as a party willing to be accountable to the people of Jamaica who put us in power. I want people to listen to what I'm saying. And so then when Andrew Holness and his members of parliament decided not to sign the code of conduct, they are saying to the Jamaican people, we don't want to be responsible and we don't want to be accountable. Plain and simple. Now, Jamaican people, I am going to introduce, as it relates to Andrew Holness, right? As it relates to this particular document that I'm going to present. Without any further ado, let us put up this document. Right? I am going to put it in the overlay that you can see it. And I am going to bring it up on my phone, right? So that I can read it. Right? Because Jamaican people, I want you to follow me on this investigation here. Now, let me just find this document, bring up the document so that they can see that. All right, let me just find this document. So then, right, last week, someone, okay. So what I'm presenting there is where we're going to build this case on tonight. Give the case a background so locally and in the diaspora can understand where we are coming from. This document is a delinquent student loan borrowers, where our Prime Minister was listed to be delinquent, not paying his loan. Okay. Here we have it. Andrew Michael Holness, lot 130, Riverside Park, Ensom City, Spanish Town, PO, St. Catherine, for social sciences, UWI Mona. Now, why am I bringing up the Prime Minister delinquent loan payment? As investigators, we search for history to have an understanding and develop a background as it relates to our investigation. So this is showing you that Andrew Holness came from an humble beginning. Humble beginning. His parents were not wealthy. They were not affluent. Andrew Holness came from a poor beginning. Poor, 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 poor. Now, it is important to understand that Andrew Holness' beginning is from a poor background that they couldn't even afford to pay his school loan. Evidence number one. Now, what we are going to move into is that Andrew Holness, and that is in 19. Let me look at the date. People, I want to give you the date. This is 1996. September 6, 1996. People, I want you to mark down that Andrew Holness have no money to pay for his school loan. No money. No money. And so then Andrew Holness venture into the politics, the political arena. Andrew said him, we never ever delinquent again. Okay. All right. Now, watch this, people. Andrew Holness ventured into the political scene. Right? By being in the Ministry of Education. Now, remember, so this is 1996, you know. Where it doesn't have any money, you know. Between the period 2006 to 2009, right? Andrew Holness became the Minister of Education, right? And between the period of 2006 to 2009, while being in that ministry, we are going to show you what transpired with Andrew Holness under certain scrutiny from early as that. Have no money. And so then, being in the Ministry of Education, look what flagged Andrew Holness. Without any further ado, let me bring up that document. We are going to go through it step by step so people understand fully well what happened as we speak today, as it relates to $1.6 trillion unaccounted for education system wrapped with corruption. We are going to show you what went down. Jamaica Guinea, Integrity Watchdog saying no gets it off. That's the third declaration. Okay, people, I want you to see this document. This is, right, published Saturday, October 21st, 2023. Founding Director of the National Integrity Action, NIA, Professor Emeritus Trevor Monroe, says the non-gazetting of Prime Minister Andrew Holness' statutory declaration summary for the second year running must be a matter of major concern to the public as well of special interest to the head of government. At the same time, Robert Stevenson, co-chairman, right, of the Advocates Network, has described the situation as very, very embarrassing and disappointing. Stevens said that the non-gazetting of the Prime Minister's statutory declaration does not reflect well on the level of trust the people of Jamaica have in the country's political leadership. Monroe said that the Prime Minister needs to inform the public of his understanding of the reasons why his statutory declaration has not been certified for gazetting, and or the Integrity Commission Act must be promptly amended to allow the Integrity Commission IC to disclose the reason for the non-gazetting to the Parliament and the public. He argued that failure to do either is going to further undermine confidence in the government system and contribute to greater public distrust in the country's democratic institutions. The anti-corruption campaigner told the Gleaner yesterday that when the requirement for the gazetting of the Prime Minister's and opposition leader statutory declaration was passed into law in 2017, Holness declared that the full disclosure of assets and liabilities of the Prime Minister and opposition leader was a most fundamental element of the new anti-corruption legislation. Him always say, what I'm going to do and not do. You understand me? I say, man with two face, man with two mouth. Now, at the time, he also suggested that this requirement should be extended to all members of parliament, MP, as soon as possible. You know, say my old liar. 5 years later, said Monroe, it is pivotal that the Prime Minister clear the air on the issue at a time when a majority of the Jamaicans now believe that the most MPs are corrupt. And no lie, they are. Polls confirm that an increasing percentage of electorate believe that the administration has a major corruption problem. And the IC has indicated that 6 MPs are under investigation for illicit enrichment. Jamaica, we could have looked until the kingdom come under Andrew Holness government. We will never know the illicit 6. That's why we have to vote him out. Stephen told the Gleaner that his organization has tried to ascertain why the 2021 and 22 statutory declarations of the Prime Minister have not been gazetted and what action, if any, would be taken. Them can't gazette it because already statutory declaration as it relates to its assets and liability and income that him talk about, you understand, until live from in a 2016 and 2017. This is going to take a domino effect on them. You understand? And so then all what go on, I cover him, I cover up. I think that it behooves the Prime Minister to ensure that these declarations are approved and he sorts out the situation with the Integrity Commission. Stephen declare him can't sort out nothing. Him not have no document to sort out nothing but me and him tonight when we go through the details. He acknowledged that the Integrity Commission Act, which was approved by Parliament in 2017, contained designated clauses that serve to gag employees of the commission. Yes, he wants ID wrongdoing. He indicated that the IC members cannot provide an explanation to the public about the statutory declaration of the Prime Minister. Can you imagine? Stephen said that governance should be taken more seriously in Jamaica, noting that a lot of lip service is being paid to the question of integrity. He said that Jamaica was not doing well in abiding by the rules that we set for ourselves. Andrew Wallace is the biggest hypocrite, right, as it relates to Jamaican leaders. Now, Stephen urged the media to push for clarification and response from the Prime Minister. Have no response. People, have no response. He can't justify wealth. So he have no response. Last month, the statutory declaration of the opposition leader, Mark Golden, was gazetted as required under the Integrity Commission. I've come through my boy because you're decent and you're full of integrity. You can show up you anytime. Him can't read. The commission published the assets, income and liabilities of Golden and his family for 2022 and nothing no wrong. Everything crisp like a biscuit. Andrew can't do this. The Standard Gleaner requested a response from the Office of the Prime Minister, OPM, on October 3 as to whether the Prime Minister declaration for Gleaner years 2021 and 2022 have been certified and whether he has received any notification from the Commission about the status of both findings. Or people who don't stop and ask him and see the DPP there, sit down lazy. You know what the DPP are waiting for? Statute of limitation. Statute of limitation, the DPP sit down and wait for. The DPP can jump in right now, The DPP can jump in right now, but he chose not. Later on in the program, we see why Mystic Sensation said the DPP indulged with the corruption. However, the OPM did not respond to the Gleaner questions. We do not comment on matters related to the Integrity Commission. The Factor Information Minister Robert Morgan told the Sunday Gleaner earlier this month, Holness 2020 declaration covering the period January 1 to September 3. The date of the last general election was published in the Jamaica Gazette on January 10 last year. His 2019 declaration was gazetted in November 2020. The Annual Integrity Commission check on the income, assets, and liabilities of members of parliament and other public officials is one basic tool democracies use globally in tracking whether public officials are getting rich illicitly at public expense. Andrew Holness make sure I'm cut off that with section 53, subsection 3. Kind of want the people them to know how him get him combined wealth. He in the treasury. The Integrity Commission in an email response told the Gleaner that it does not comment on statutory declarations, and where required by law, a declaration that has been certified is published in the Gazette. Take that away. Now, people, watch out now. We are good on it. We are good on uniting our people. Now, as it relates to the wholenesses, here come through the wife. Doing our own thing. And so then, without further ado, while we are glancing on the Prime Minister, you understand, let's just take a quick flash on Juliet Wallace. Without any further ado. People, we are good on, we are getting to the business. There you go. You want to come here, my Jamaican people. You want to come look on the pasa, the speaker of the house, mix up in this pasa, yeah. Speaker of the house, right? While her husband being the Prime Minister and under the watchful eyes of the Integrity Commission, look at the disgrace over here for now, relating to the wife. This is about greed. And of course, there's more than greed. Actually, honest attorney trade claims of dishonesty, theft. Of course, it is theft. As defendant testifies in trial over development of 800 million apartment complex. We want to know where she get the money to build at the complex there, but we'll go get down in it later. Friday, January 12, 2024, 8:29 a.m. Right, this is the case that we call in the court. The trading of insults and claims of who is a thief marked Thursday resumption of the trial in which a company owned by developer Juliet Owners is suing for a title linked to its 800 million apartment complex. Boy, this is a woman are real demons. You would agree with me that if the claimants were to say that you deliberately thief piece of the access road to add it to lot 1, that they would be speaking the truth. Rose Bennett Cooper, the lead attorney for JAJ Development and Owners, fired at defendant Charlene Cheshley. Just imagine, you not take with the people them. You not take with the people them are portion. I want to bad them up. I want to bad them up. Lord Jesus, it's a bad man government. No. Ashley dismissed the suggestion, triggering the start of 25 minutes of 10th cross-examination that closed the day's proceedings in the Supreme Court case being presided over by Justice David Batts. This honesty does not impact on me and my integrity. I have over-delivered to her. The sales agreement is what stands. Honest, I understand, has filed a suit to pretty much try to steal a significant part of my land, she alleged, and based on the evidence are true. JG is suing Ashley, a marketing consultant, to get its splintered title for the land and which the incomplete development is located in Lee's Flat, St. Andrew. The company bought a piece of the property on which Ashley lives in 2012 for 22 million. Ashley portion is lot 1, while JAJ that Juliet Owners is JAJ. So when I say JAJ, Juliet Owners is lot 2. A condition of the sales agreement was for Ashley to deliver a splinter title, which was requested weeks after the transaction in October 2012. Ashley is to get an apartment as a part payment. Ashley claimed she could not produce the title because of problems with the subdivision and the company alleged failure to turn over drawings of the development. She said the drawings were turned over in 2020. She has countersued JJ, accusing it of trespassing on her lot and breaching the sales agreement. by destroying concrete structures to build an access road to the apartment complex. Onus is the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Shinan Onshien, and wife of Prime Minister Andrew Onus. She was present in court. The trial was originally set for 5 days in May 2023. It continued in July before being adjourned for continuation over 3 days this month. It was disclosed on Wednesday that Ashley new trial lawyer, John Clark, who is instructed by the firm Knight, Jr. and Stamwell, is unwell, but the judge insisted that the case would go ahead. Attorney Andre Moulton has been standing in. During yesterday's proceedings, JJ lawyers, that are Juliet Onus lawyers, elaborated on why the company rejected a title that Ashley submitted in December 2022, 2 years after JAJ filed its last suit. Bennett Cooper claimed that the bogus document contained a 3-meter acres road between the two lots that was 5 meters short of what was allegedly agreed on and in violation of 2011 subdivision approval by the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. You hear that, people? You hear that? You would agree with me that there is an agreement for sale with a plan with an 8-meter road attached to it, and that after the suit was filed, a title was delivered to the claimant with a 3-meter road. Bennett Cooper also argued that when Ashley turned over the title in December 2022, it was the first time that the claimant learned that the access road was restricted to 3 meters. Absolutely no such thing. Only steam was on the ground when the land was pegged, replied Ashley, after noting that the application for the title was made in 2020 and approved in 2022. We over-delivered to owners, she added, to which Bennett Cooper asked, by over-delivered, do you mean that she should not have gotten any road at all? Definitely no. Definitely no road, Ashley responded. We said we would give her an easement. We specifically spoke to an easement. You have written letters on behalf of owners asking for a road. We have said no. We didn't say no one time. We said no several times. I'm going like a deaf, she going like she don't hear that. The woman said no. But through she held bent in wanting to steal the people piece of property to make road. You understand? She don't hear. Even when the woman spoke to her repeatedly, an easement, because we are very clear that the only thing that is allowed, if you do not hit down the concrete on my home, where I live, where I should be allowed to live in peace, then the only thing that is left is 1 to 2 meters. That is what we agreed to. This is just about greed, and rightly so. Take with that. We're not going to go back get any further in the document. So there you go, people, and there you have it. Right, Mrs. Onus, they use government badness. You understand? They try to bully the woman. You understand? For a piece of land. Corruption. You understand? And yet, she is the Speaker of the House. And yet, she sits on the Oversight Integrity Commission Committee. Can you imagine a woman like this, you understand, who show you that she's a definite bully, sits on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee that is going to might be address situation probably relating to her husband. Can you imagine? Then what you call this? This is bedroom politics. Jamaica Labour Party is playing bedroom politics. Obviously, the Jamaican affairs is operating from Juliet Onus and Andrew Onus' bedroom. No doubt about it. Now let us move on. Now, let us get back to Andrew, get back to the Prime Minister, because you understand, I'll get to the wife too, you know. We are dealing with 2 of them tonight. Now, Andrew Onus is the nice influencer. Now we are going to go into the art of the corruption now. And before I present this document, let me explain it. While Andrew Onus was in the Ministry of Education, remember I showed you the document as it relates to his delinquent loan payment, him no money. No money him no. In the Ministry of Education, right? And now, this is what happened while he is in the Ministry of Education. Remember, him no money, you know. Watch this. Let us go into it. All right, people. Going on it. Andrew Wallace denies influencing award of contracts. Refers matters to lawyers. For him. Jamaica Prime Minister Andrew Wallace has challenged the Integrity Commission's report, which implies conflict of interest on his part in relation to the awarding of contracts to close associates when he was Minister of Education, right? 14 to 16 years ago. Yeah, we are getting back there. He not only insisted in a statement issued late Wednesday that he did nothing wrong, but said the matter has been referred to his lawyers. And the first time you refer case to lawyer, you lose. I strongly disagree with some of the findings of the report and have referred it to my lawyers, as I call Joan Jones. I strongly reject any suggestion or insinuation of wrongdoing. None of them are no insinuation. And I will do all in my power to ensure that the truth is known. You lie like God, he knows what the Prime Minister said. In the 107-page report, which was laid in Parliament on Tuesday, the Integrity Commission said it had referred the matter to the Director of Corruption Prosecution for consideration with respect to breaches of the Contractor General Act in relation to contracts awarding to Western Construction Limited between February 2007 and November 2009. And you know, it's not like Andrew. Western directors were Robert Garvin and Donovan Simpson, both of whom owners admitted to knowing for more than 20 years, although he said only Garvin is known to him personally. Now, according to the commission, Western was awarded 10 contracts through the Ministry of Education. Remember, you know, Andrew Wallace run the Ministry of Education. Youth and information totaling $21.8 million, but only 5 were reported to the Office of the Contractor General, not usually corruption start people, by way of the ministry's quarterly contract award QCA reports for the period. In my response to the Integrity Commission queries of these dated matters, I made it absolutely clear that at no time have I ever exercised influence on any process for the award of contract. Only said in response to the report, no, honest, you want me to believe you. One at a time you live in a one bedroom house, and the next time you live in a 2-bedroom house. You don't know who you think you can fool. I strongly disagree with the findings of the Integrity Commission regarding conflict of interest based on mere association. Oh, coupon you too. He further started to explain that it has been the long-standing practice that members of Parliament are asked to recommend local contractors to undertake, this is one I know for over 20 years, works in their constituencies as a practical matter. Not only that you know him for 20 years, you and him, you understand, are directors in the company. You understand that you influence the award too. So it seems like you're awarding contract to yourself. This practice was introduced during the 1990s and has continued across multiple administrations since. You hear him justify it. You hear him justifying wrongdoing. Furthermore, it is also the practice that the constituency project officers for the Constituency Development Fund, CDF, are recommended by the Member of Parliament. It is not unusual that the CDF project officers are persons who are already working in the constituency organization and are associated with the MP. This is different, Andrew Wallace, because you and this man are friends for over 20 years. You and this man own the company that the money went to. This is a conflict of interest, Andrew Wallace. You know, this is a conflict of interest. You don't understand that this is a conflict of interest? I am certain that a review of local works and CDF project officers will find that MP recommendation features significantly in vast number. That may be true, but in those cases, the MP did not know the person for over 20 years, and the MP and those who they recommended contract to, right, did not own, were not directors in the same company. So it's a different thing, it's Andrew. Different. And you need to know that it is different. This is criminal. This is corruption. Right? MP recommendations feature significantly in vast number of them. And this has never been cited as exercising undue influence. It was never cited as undue influence because the circumstances were different. In your circumstances, Prime Minister, you know this man over 20 years, plus you and this man, you understand, have a company which the contract awarded to over $28.8 million, and you are a director of that company. So your case is different. Your case is criminal and corruption, the Prime Minister said. The Integrity Commission's report also ignores the circumstances of an emergency where in 2008, 15 years ago, the Christmas work program was late in starting and workers face a high probability of not being paid. I was asked to recommend an entity to facilitate payment of the Christmas work. Don't put the Christmas work program in it. We twist up everything. We tell you, you're the master. You understand, as it relates to corruption, twisting truth and lies together. You understand? Yes, the Christmas work program, yeah, you could have proved that. We know that. Nothing wrong with that. So nobody mix up that and put that in a that. The significant thing is that you know this man over 20 years. Right? You and this man have a company with Juliet Owens, a part of the company being a director. You are all three directors in it. And money through the Ministry of Education, right? Sent to this man over 28.8 million, which are you and your wife and this man are directors. Is this corruption? And don't mix up other things in it, and Jonas. You take a fee that, take that away. Yes, demons of hell want to mix up truth with lies. Think we are idiot? We are not stupid. Right? This circle, Andrew really underestimate our intelligence. Yes, Serene, want to, you understand what we have no issues with the Christmas thing that as it relates to those people are going to get in late payment. You understand? Don't mix up that in it. The real issue at Andrew with bro, Mystic, she's too enough. If it wasn't clear before that she is woefully unqualified and is just there to pervert her husband from his crime, it's clear now. Thumbs up, with bro, thumbs up, and fist pump for that. So Andrew, not get this twisted. What the Integrity Commission cited you for is the fact number one. You have known Gavin for more than 20 years. You and Gavin and Mrs. Owens own a company where you three are directors for the company. And so then you being in the Ministry of the Ministry of Education, right? Influencing the awarding of contract to go to Gavin through the Ministry of Education. That is corruption. Delroy Henry, Mystic, his ears have telling Jamaica that Kanjo have been issuing contracts to himself. Exactly. And this is clear. Clear. This is what the Integrity Commission book you for. So don't international disgrace. Yes, Jenny. So don't talk about, okay, it is years of practice that members of parliament can recommend contractors. That is legal. That is legal. That is not illegal. If the members of parliament know a contractor and they want to recommend that contractor, that is fine. There is nothing legal about that. So don't bother put that in it. Right? There's nothing illegal about that. It is years of practice where members of parliament, you understand, can recommend contractor. You understand? to for procurement jobs. This is different. This is different. What you have done while you were in the ministry. Let me repeat that. You know Gavin over 20 years. Right? No other person did not do this, Andrew Holness. No other member of parliament. So you nobody mix them up. And you and Gavin own company that you are a director, Gavin is a director, Mrs. Holness is a director, or directors. And you influence the contract through the Ministry of Education to go to Gavin over 28 million. What is that? What is that? If you're in the United States, you'd have gone to prison. If you were in any other civilized country, you would have gone to prison, Andrew Holness. You would have gone to prison. And you know that. You would have gone to prison. So don't mix up other members of parliament. You understand in your corruption. Let me just point it out clear. It's bro, they are recommending themselves in the behind shell company. Exactly. This is how they steal from the people. You're right, it's bro. This is how they steal. Right? Now, so then you come up and you want to deny all what you want to deny. All right. Now, we know that, okay, the public prosecutor would probe the case for some reason, right? You were let off the hook. Not because, right? There was no evidence that, okay, as it relates to the influence of contract, but the statute of limitation being utilized right there. And so then we are going to get into certain things. My Jamaican people, when Mystic Sensation getting down into the detail, we are getting down into the detail. So we know that between the period 2006 to 2009, right, Andrew Holness, as according to the Integrity Commission report, was the subject of an investigation as it relates to corrupted practices. So now, let us bring forward a little bit, right, as it relates to Andrew Holness. And let me explain something to people, right? The Integrity Commission Act did not come into being, right, prior to 2017. It is 2017 since the Act came in. And so then, between the period of 2006 to 2012, right, certain statutory declaration was not highlighted. No. So the Act came in 2017, and where Andrew Holness is now going to give his statutory declaration as it relates to his total assets, liability, and income. People more want to know, watch this, you know. Remember that Mystic Sensation showed you that in 1996, this man has no money, delinquent in loan. Remember that. Keep that in mind. Now, you know that he got mixed up as it relates to 2006 to 2009, as it relates to the awarding of illegal contracts. By 2019, people, I want to show you what Andrew Holness assets looks like. Now, this man don't have money to pay for him delinquent loan. Between 2006 to 2009, mixed up in illegal awarding of contracts. And by 2019, Andrew Holness have in assets over $161 million. Fire there tonight. Let us go into the document. People, let me give the background again. 1996, Andrew Holness delinquent in loan. No money. Between 2006 to 2009, Andrew Holness caught up as it relates to the Integrity Commission microscope of investigation, as it relates to corrupted act, as it relates to the procurement process, as it relates to the illegal awarding of contracts. Now we get a vision into, okay, what Andrew Holness worth in 2019. Look here, people. Remember now, this is what I'm saying to you, people. Even if we are going to use $9 million as it relates to now, and between the period of 2006 to 2019, and if we should calculate Andrew Holness' total income, we still would have significant problem of accountability. This is how serious the corruption is. Without any further ado, let me bring up the document and then we peruse that document and show you. All right. Jamaica 161 million in assets.
Okay.
So people, what I'm about to show you is that Andrew Holness get so rich faster than our Bolt run 100 meters. Andrew Holness get so rich faster than our Bolt run 100 meters. Jamaica 161 million in assets for Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Boy, Kingston, Jamaica CMSC, the Integrity Commission, has released a statutory declaration submitted by Prime Minister Andrew Holness showing that he and his family had an income of $15.5 million, right, dollars. That is total income for both of them. More you understand that, people. Let me read it back over so people understand it. The Integrity Commission has released a statutory declaration submitted by the Prime Minister Andrew Holness showing that he and his family, right, including Juliet Holness, had an income of $15.5 million. Write down that $15.5 million. $15.5 million. Write it down. Calculate the years between 2006 to 2009, and so you get a multiply by that. Come up with a figure.
2006 to 2009.
Yeah, 2006 to 2009, right, and multiply that by 15.5 million. Now, at an income of $15.5 million, right? Now, this is the breakdown, people. Right? 8 cents in the US, with assets totaling over $161.2 million. The figures also show that he has liabilities of more than 22.2 million Jamaican dollars. The Integrity Commission hereby certifies that the statutory declaration submitted by the declarant has been examined and is satisfied that a full declaration has been made in accordance with provision of the Act, according to the official statement. It said that the Holness family also declared $8,125 in income, US $28,272.11 in total assets, and zero liability in US dollars. The report covers the financial health of Andrew Wallace and his family for January 1, 2018 to December 31st, 2018. Under the law, the Integrity Commission is mandated to annually publish in the Jamaica Gazette the summary of the statutory declarations of the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition. Opposition leader Dr. Peter Phillips' declaration has since been published by the Commission, and in a statement earlier this week, Phillips threatened to take the Integrity Commission to court for failing to provide an explanation for the delay in the publishing of Prime Minister only statutory declarations. In a Twitter message coinciding with the release of his statutory declaration, he wrote that under his administration, Jamaica now has one of the most advanced and robust anti-corruption framework, certainly in this region. You cripple it by passing Section 53, subsection 3. You cripple that. Now, he said his administration had passed the legislation establishing the Integrity Commission, and it is still in its early stages and not perfected. Only said that one element of the framework is the publishing of the summary financial position of the parliamentary leaders of the country, saying the first publishing act as the benchmark against which future declarations can be judged. This ensures that the country can first have knowledge of the financial position of their leaders through transparent disclosure, and then over time judge the movement of their leaders' financial position. This will build confidence in those elected to administrate public affairs. You talk through one side of your mouth, right? You talk it loud to make people hear, but you are not doing it. He said the process of examining and then certifying the statutory declaration of the parliamentary leaders is very granular, involving queries and cross-checks, and that the law does not require parliamentary leaders' declaration to be published together at the same time. He said, though this would be ideal, it would not always be practical or possible given the current resources available to the Commission. Take it away.
46.5 million.
Okay.
15.5 million times 3.
Okay. Now, people, I asked my wife to do a calculation, and I will ask all Jamaicans to do a calculation. Now, what I showed you, right, as it relates to, you want to put it about, what you multiply by? 15 point?
15.5 million is that? And
Yes.
you said 2006 to 2009, that's over a 3-year period.
Okay.
And multiply that by 3, you get 46.5.
Okay. So then the document that I showed earlier, right? It showed that Andrew Holness' statutory declaration as it relates to his assets, liabilities, and income equate, let us round it up, to $162 million. Let us round it off to that. $162 million. Now the breakdown of the salary. Remember, they don't have any business in it. They don't have any other business. The breakdown of the salary between Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness is $15-point-something million. When my wife multiplied from 2006 to 2019, right, which is how many years?
3 years.
2019? Yeah.
9, sorry. I thought you said 9, sorry.
Right?
Let me do it again.
Okay, because we want to come perfect with our maths. Right? So now, the $161 million that being declared and we showed his total income between him and his wife for 15.8 million. Between the period 2006 to 2019, where you get 13 years?
Yep.
13 years. Right? Now, we would have 201,500,000. So I want people to write down that 201 million. Right? Now we know that him spend for food and so forth and so forth and so forth and so forth. But this is where the buck stop. So we are looking at a total 201,500,000 and blah 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 there. But make a back up now, people. Andrew Holness house finished in 2016. Remember now? In the 2019 declaration. In the 2019 declaration, people want to get it. We want the whole Jamaican mathematician. And the mathematician can come and argue with me. $162 million in assets. His house finished in 2016. That was valued for $200 million. Listen to what I'm saying, people. The evidence is there as it relates to one evaluator evaluating his home to a cost of 200 million. That gone over the 161 million, 162 million that he declared. Not only that, in 2012, Juliet Holness being building, right, apartment complex that now valued over $800 million. People, look at what I'm saying. You tell me, how can I fathom that? What that goes to show that the Prime Minister had lied on his statutory declaration. And based on the law, he should be fined and probably sent to prison. That has not been done. The DPP sits and don't say nothing or neither inject herself in the situation. So, DPP, if you know much more than me then, and you cannot see what I just showed as it relates to 2019 statutory declaration of Andrew Holness, $161 million, and where him and his wife income only total $15.8 million. Andrew Holness had built a house that valued 200 million, and his wife had built complex. And people, we are only hearing about one complex. Information out there that his wife building complexes. Let me give the plural for that. When you have a bad mind and a greedy PM, you can't expect better. You will thief milk from coffee. Boy, I don't want him worse than this. So tell me, people. Now, you are going to tell me that we Jamaicans, all Jamaicans, whether you want to be labor rights, PNP, UIC, or whatever you want to be, Andrew Holness 2019 statutory declaration stating a total of assets, income, and liabilities of $162 million in 2019. Andrew Holness house finishing at 2016, and as it relates to, you understand, the evaluation that I've done on it, worth over $200 million. The lease that was stated. Coupled with that, his wife caught up in court. You understand? Constructing, right? Apartment complex, and which she breached the law. She breached the law because she was only authorized, right, to build X amount, and she gone beyond that. Government badness. And so then when you look at that, as it relates to simple basic mathematics, simple basic mathematics, we are not talking about trigonometry. Simple basic mathematics where anybody can understand. Right? That we are now discovering that Andrew Holness had lied to the Integrity Commission in 2019 when he had declared that. So how do you factor in $161 million that you are declaring, where your wife is now building an apartment complex that now value over $800 million? And it is not one complex, where Mrs. Holness got that money from. You are going to tell me, Jamaican people, that these people asked us to vote for them, and they have no right to tell us nothing, particularly when it affects our treasury? Come on, people. Think of what I'm saying. No accountability, no transparency. Right? We never forced you to go into public office. It's you that you have the ability, the capacity. You understand? To take on the people's affairs, and you ask the people to vote for you. No, people. Let me speak to you now. Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness, knowing to the fact that they have all of these in their closets, they need a protector. They need a protector. They need a protector, one that they could just ride out the time. And that's why tonight when I started, I want my subscribers to understand when I break down the criminal justice system. And the important note that I want you to know is the prosecution and the investigators tied to the hip. And what is important with that is the collaboration between the prosecutor and the investigators. That is one of the reasons why I started with explaining the criminal justice system, for you to understand. Now, let us look at the obstacles that can cause a case, right, not to be successful when it puts into the judiciary. Number one, if the police officers or the investigators, right, have not processed the evidence correctly as it relates to the procedural laws in processing the evidence, collecting the evidence, right? That there's a special way in terms of collecting the evidence, and you have to collect the evidence as according to the procedure. There's a particular way in terms of storing the evidence as according to the procedure. And so that when you have a case at hand, like a financial crime, the prosecution team and the investigators are going to work together. Let me show you and confirm to Jamaican people what Paula Llewellyn had said in his conference about the prosecution team and the investigators. And we want to know why we still have the illicit six. Seems like Andrew Wallace can do the things and get away. So, Paula Lovely, I have you into a corner tonight. And I'm going to make Jamaican people hear how you articulating at your conference as it relates to the prosecution and the investigators, and how you are saying it is a prudent prosecutor who should connect with the investigators, collaborate with the investigators, and work the case together so that the case can be successful. I want for people to hear this before I start to question you. So without any further ado, people listen this. People, listen to what Paula Llewellyn is saying.
Okay, let me just.
It is a wise and prudent prosecutor who makes sure that, especially in technical cases, you have case collaboration and case consultation.
All the way to the beginning?
Yeah.
Joined at the hip. Investigator and the
wants you to hear a particular.
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Officers and other state officials connected with the investigation and conduct of the case against the accused person. And this was reformulated by Mr. Justice Panton in the Jamaican Court.
Hold on, people. I want you to hear from the beginning. Get back from the beginning.
Officer, as the accused, Harry Daly, and the Queen. So it means.
From the beginning.
Yeah. Sorry, folks. I want you to hear from the beginning so that you understand everything. Yeah, go ahead.
Young man, the only thing you forgot was Paula Vanessa Llewellyn. I love my middle name. I think that this conference has come at a very good time in our history. And of course, we know the big elephant that is in the room, but none of us here should be intimidated by it, because it's a conference like this that helps to reaffirm, reassure all of us that we are capable. And one of my favorite phrases, that after this conference, our testicular fortitude will be further entrenched to meet the challenges. Now, prosecuting financial crimes, I understand I have about 20 minutes, so I'm going to go through quickly. Okay. Who is the prosecution? The prosecution means not just the prosecutors who appear in court, but includes persons such as police officers and other state officials connected with the investigation and conduct of the case against the accused person. And this was reformulated by Mr. Justice Panton in the Jamaican Court of Appeal in a case involving a police officer as the accused, Harry Daly, and the Queen. So it means that even though the investigator may think, this information here that I've gathered, this statement, this video, this CCTV reel, it's not relevant. If the prosecution does not disclose it at a later date, that non-disclosure after a conviction in the Court of Appeal and the Privy Council, we can pay the penalty for it and the conviction will be quashed. So we are joined at the hip, the investigator and the prosecutor, to make the prosecution. So we have prosecutors being the clerk of courts in the parish court, prosecutors in the DPP's office, Crown Counsel, We have prosecutors with state agencies like MOCA, FID, Integrity Commission, and we have any external attorney who has a fiat from me to prosecute. Now, how does the prosecutor prosecute? It is a wise and prudent prosecutor who makes sure that, especially in technical cases, you have case collaboration and case consultation with the investigator. It is an even more intelligent, astute, and wise investigator who makes sure that they never ever subjugate their common sense to that demon ego. And excess of ego will neutralize common sense, because ultimately, even if you gather all the evidence that you believe is relevant, if certain things are not picked up, certain challenges are not picked up from day one, loopholes are not closed, it may still mean that you go to court and the prosecutor is given a lemon, so to speak, and the case falls apart. So for strategic and effective investigations, to determine what investigative tools are best, determining the way to proceed in addition to the substantive charges, for example, larceny, fraudulent conversion, whether we're going to have forfeiture proceedings, civil recovery, money laundering charges to be laid, or whether you have criminal charges that are to be laid, whether they are appropriate, what is most appropriate. Case consultation is very valuable. And let me be quite clear. For, I would say, the average prosecutor, and I'm going to include myself as the average prosecutor, financial crimes to prosecute are not the most sexy topics that one likes to prosecute. And you have a lot of investigators, unless you have had specialized training and you have the particular proclivity in terms of being able, and some prosecutors have it, to really gather around and be energized by boxes of documents and papers. You tend to find, for some investigators, some prosecutors, and indeed some judges, financial crimes are not particularly sexy. For some prosecutors, give us the run-of-the-mill murder, circumstantial evidence. Sometimes it gets very gory. Sometimes it gets very risky security-wise. But for some of us, nothing energizes you and gets the adrenaline going like the run-of-the-mill or extraordinary offense against the person. In respect of financial crimes, you have to, as a prosecutor, have a slightly different mindset in terms of the type of attention to detail and discernment that you must have in preparing your case, and in fact, collaborating with the investigators, especially if the investigators are more experienced in financial investigation than you as a prosecutor in prosecuting financial crimes. Now, I have here some.
My Jamaican people, I am going to put Paula Llewellyn right under the microscope, not with Andrew Holness. And one of the reasons why I'm not going to put, as it relates to the illegal awarding of contract, right? Because we have the Integrity Commission, who is also, is what she said is a part of the prosecution, right? Is doing their thing as it relates to that. So the Integrity Commission and the corruption prosecutor deals with that, right? No. So I am not going to ask you any question as it relates to Andrew Holness illegal awarding of contract. And now this one me I go. Where I'm going to go, Paula Llewellyn, is SSL. SSL. But before I go to SSL, I need to show Jamaican people as it relates to your power. I'm going to show you that you're a hypocrite. And one of the reasons why, based on what you said and what you're articulating, right, that, let me quote you, case consultation is necessary between the prosecutor and the investigators. We all hear that. Let me repeat it. Case consultation is necessary, and it's only a prudent prosecutor will apply that route in terms of case consultation with the prosecutor and the investigator. So then we are going to trump up SSL for you. But before I trump up SSL for you, let me show the Jamaican people the extraordinary powers that you have and why SSL is lingering in the shadows. Now, without any further ado, let us look and see how powerful the DPP is. Okay, my people, power to institute and undertake criminal proceedings, which SSL is. As mentioned before, the DPP is the supreme prosecuting authority in Jamaica. The DPP usually prefers an indictment, okay, which is the statement of the charges the accused person is to face at his trial. The preferring of an indictment is the sole prerogative of the prosecuting authorities, and persons who undertake private prosecutions must get the consent of the DPP. This is usually done by the DPP issuing a fiat, which allows such person to actively associate himself or herself with the prosecution. Example, human rights groups such as Jamaican for Justice have made use of this facility to prosecute policemen. The usual procedure is that for felonies, a preliminary examination is usually held before the RM to determine whether or not there is enough evidence that is a prima facie case to warrant the case being committed for trial in the court. People, what I want you to bear in mind is the last paragraph. However, so people, let us read back the second to last paragraph and the last paragraph so you can get it. So they are talking about the usual procedure, the standard procedure. The usual procedure is that the felony, a preliminary examination is usually held before the RM to determine whether or not there is enough evidence that is a prima facie case to warrant the case being committed for trial in the court, in the circuit court. However, the DPP is not bound by this procedure, and the DPP is empowered under Section 2, subsection 2 of the Criminal Justice Administration Act to prefer what is called a voluntary bill of indictment, moving a case straight to the circuit court without necessity for there having been any preliminary examination of the accused before a RM. That means the DPP doesn't have to wait on a preliminary process, right? That is called a prima facie, right? For it to be go through the RM court. She can move it directly into trial. This is what this is saying. Take on that. Now, this is how powerful the DPP is. The DPP is. Now, since the DPP is that powerful, right? And the DPP can, as it relates to SSL and what been going on there on the Anki Panky, we are not hearing anything from the investigators. The only person who been arrested is Gene and Pantan. Gene and Pantan, can you imagine people? Now, let us get into SSL. But before we get into SSL, let us show you what Mark Golding is asking for as it relates to SSL.
Okay.
So we're going to show you what Mark Golding is asking for now.
Leader Mark Golding is calling for a commission of inquiry into the SSL fraud scandal. I'm Kalila Reynolds, financial journalist and educator based in Jamaica. So President of the People's National Party, Mark Golding, was on Taking Stock last week. He called for a commission of inquiry into the downfall of investment firm Stocks and Securities Limited, SSL, and the multi-million-dollar fraud that impacted dozens of investors, including Olympic champion Usain Bolt. A commission of inquiry is an official review of events or actions of public importance, and what happened at SSL is definitely of public importance. According to investigators, over $30 million was stolen from 200 customers at SSL in multiple fraud schemes dating back to 2006. And as Golding pointed out, there are still several lingering questions, starting with the failures of the industry's regulator, the Financial Services Commission, FSC.
The FSC, I think, was not given the necessary strong independent board that was required to implement the regulatory regime which exists. We have a robust regulatory system in the country. The Financial Services Commission Act, the Securities Act, the Insurance Act, the Banking Services Act. These are all relatively modern pieces of legislation. They're not perfect, and there are always things that can be done to improve them. And one is constantly looking at what that can be done. But the real problem with SSL was that the regulator essentially dropped the ball. They did not follow through with the necessary measures of enforcement, which the law provided them. And why that was is still not clear to me. Why is it, for example, that the directions that they had issued were essentially lifted when there was no basis for thinking that SSL had improved its performance?
And that last question is a fair point. It was one of the many unanswered questions that journalists asked then Executive Director at the FSC, Everton McFarlane, during that infamous press conference a year ago. So Golding is saying a commission of inquiry would be the best way to get to the truth and avoid a repeat of another SSL scandal.
I am hoping that this matter will be properly investigated. I'm very concerned that we're not getting regular reports from the powers that be that are investigating the crimes that took place there to keep the country abreast of what is happening. We heard the FBI were involved. We heard about some firm out of England, some forensic auditors, no doubt very expensive. What are they delivering on? I don't know. But that we may have to have a commission of inquiry looking at the SSL thing, because I feel that there's important lessons that need to be learned about what happened, which allowed that to take place.
These commissions are usually conducted independently. We've had a couple of inquiries in Jamaica with varying degrees of success. Probably the most notable is the FinSAC Commission of Inquiry, which examines the financial meltdown of the 1990s. The first FinSAC Commission meetings were in 2009, 15 years ago, and we still haven't gotten the report from that. So we still don't know what the commissioners found and what recommendations they made. There was also an inquiry into the 2010 West Kingston incursion to capture Christopher Dudus Coke. That commission happened in 2015. I even reported on it. The report was completed and the commission did make recommendations, but only some of them have been implemented. But despite the delays in reporting and implementation, the good thing about a commission of inquiry is that it's public. The media covers it extensively. So the things that went wrong.
Okay. Now, we can, as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party government, right, and the mountain of corruption that, being done, right, and the extent in terms of covering it up, right? Now, we know that Nigel Clark, who is the Minister of Finance, prior in him becoming the Minister of Finance, was a director in Andrew Holness' company. Yes, Nigel Clark was a director in Andrew Holness' company. And so then we have seen that Nigel Clark totally dropped the ball as it relates to FSC auditing SSL. And in auditing FSL, right, FSC found out serious disparities with SSL. And indeed, I've reported it to Nigel Clark. What did Nigel Clark do? Nothing about it. And allowed SSL to continue up to 2021 when Andrew Holness exited SSL. So the question, was Nigel Clark protecting Andrew Holness' account? And is Nigel Clark have an account in SSL? Why SSL was allowed to continue up until 2021? Right? And apparently it would appear as if someone was giving information to the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister withdrew his account in 2021. Everything crashes in 2021. Another person who used to be in Andrew Holness' company, right, also leave SSL in 2021. So what is going on? And in spite of all the red flags that being identified, Nigel Clark did not stop it. No, this is what Nigel Clark is saying. But before we go into that, let me give the people the reality of how stringent the corruption is in Jamaica. So let us look and see how the corruption impacting us in Jamaica.
Corruption cost Jamaica $100 billion annually, says Monroe. Monroe, the principal director of the NIA, in his address, said unity was an absolute necessity at the global and national level, more so now than ever. Corruption is a global issue that continues to plague more than 100 countries, and efforts to combat it have been at a standstill, even despite the financial cost it incurs on nations. The actual vast cost of corruption to the global economy is at this point $2.6 trillion, and just a very small fraction of that annually could eliminate world hunger, including hunger in Jamaica, Monroe said. He noted that there is a great number of countries that struggle to reduce corruption within their societies. And so it is that the cost of corruption is equally vast in the 131 countries, including Jamaica, which have not made significant progress in reducing or combating corruption effectively over the last few years. Today, Jamaica faces many issues which threaten prosperity and stability for its citizens. The issue of corruption is intertwined in most of them and continues to be a burden on the country's finances. In Jamaica, the cost of corruption is estimated to be about 5% of the annual GDP, which is approximately $100 billion. Only on the basis of developing this unity can our people hope to recover significant funds from that $100 billion lost to organized crime and to the corrupt each year, Monroe said. He continued, if we redirect our efforts, then can we regain what is stolen? Just imagine what a fraction of that could do. It could be used to expand our school feeding program, to reduce the burden of student loans on our students' backs. It could help in improving compensation packages for healthcare workers and police officers. He said Jamaicans should examine the cost of corruption from this angle, and only then they would see the important need to unite against corruption. If we look at it like that, we will say that we need to unite and reignite our efforts to deal more effectively with corruption. Monroe urged Jamaicans to adapt the global theme of the International Anti-Corruption Day to the country's own circumstances. Therefore, let each of us fulfill our responsibilities required to help in reuniting Jamaica. He said the NIA has reaffirmed its goal of not just building integrity and good governance, but uniting Jamaicans against corruption.
Okay. Del Roy said, Mystic, the DPP and Conjo, the godfather of corruption, failed the people test miserably. Anywhere else on this planet, the DPP and the PM committed the criminality actions they architect in Jamaica, 100% prison cell. All right, my boss. Now, let us look to show you, right, how conniving these members of parliament are in terms of covering up the corruption, right? Particularly where SSL is concerned. And here is the DPP, right? Knowing that, okay, all right, she's up against statute of limitation, right? And have to make sure that she should have some case consultation if the DPP wanted to solve. The DPP can insert herself in SSL. Definitely. The DPP has the power to do that. But have we seen the DPP insert herself there? Right? That could help. That could help. Right, to help with ace detectives, right, that we have investigating, right, the SSL case. But as you see, the primary person who's to be questioned, no police move towards him to question him. Mr. Hugh Crosby. Mr. Hugh Crosby, no police. In spite of Jean and Panton stated that she was instructed by him, Hugh Crosby, to say what she said. Then you are going to tell me now, in a true democracy, right? If this was a situation happened in the United States, Mr. Crosby would have been interrogated. Why the reason Mr. Crosby has not been interrogated? The reason why Mr. Crosby has not been interrogated is the very same reason why Patrick Bailey has not been interrogated. Then DPP, Paula Llewellyn, let me ask you. When we look at a Patrick Bailey case, right? You have not inserted yourself. Have you worked in collaboration, as what you said, with the investigators pertaining to Patrick Bailey case? Right? What sort of consultation has done there between the prosecution and the investigators so that we can bring Patrick Bailey to the forefront? Come on now. A man died in Patrick Bailey house. No forced entry. Died from a result of knife-inflicted wounds and gunshot. And Patrick Bailey has not been interrogated. And the DPP, who had spoken eloquently that it is a wise prosecutor, have consultation with the investigator because they're tied to the hip and they should collaborate. So, Paul, I am asking you a question. Have you done any collaboration with Phipps Bailey and have an understanding of the evidence to move forward as it relates to having Patrick Bailey charged? There is no statute of limitation in Nepal when it comes to number 3 now. So no matter how long you wait, that case still needs to be looked on, Paula. Paula, talk to me. You have spoken, right, in your conference that case consultation must be done by a prudent DPP. Are you saying to us that you're not prudent, Paula? Freedom said the truth shows is not what they say, but what they do. True. Paula, I just want you to say to Jamaica what you have to say about Patrick Bailey case. Was there any case consultation done between the prosecution team and the investigators regarding to Patrick Bailey case? Why no one has been charged? This is some progress I make with Silvera case. But why is it different with Patrick Bailey? Years gone by. Years gone by. And Patrick Bailey is still there. So Jamaica, tell me, how can we look on the DPP to be effective? How can we take the DPP for our word? I just want to show that reflection in terms of why we are also not getting anything out of SSL. So then we give that reflection, we could jump back in SSL. Now, hear what the finance minister says, Dr. Nigel Clark. Hear what he has to say about SSL. Beat and teach. Good night. Blessing, my brother.
In his first comment on the SSL saga, Finance Minister Dr. Nigel Clark says, like all Jamaicans, he is in utter shock at the alarming and what he termed, quote, the evil fraud that has allegedly been committed.
I have great confidence in the capacity and determination of the investigative bodies to unravel all aspects of this and bring all perpetrators of this grand embezzlement to justice. At this time, it is tempting to doubt our financial institutions. But I would ask that we don't paint an entire hard-working industry with the brush of a few very dishonest individuals. Jamaica is the leading financial center in the English-speaking Caribbean, and we will do everything to protect Jamaica's position in this regard.
Dr. Nigel Clark, that's might be listening to me now. I want to ask you one question, Dr. Nigel Clark. Based on what you have said, I am asking you today, where are the perpetrators of SSL? You said you're confident. You are confident in the team who are investigating SSL. And you are confident that the perpetrators would have brought to justice. Today, as we speak, Dr. Nigel Clark, where are the perpetrators of SSL? Where are the perpetrators of SSL? And you know that you Kerry is still out there unquestioned. Unquestioned. Let us go to the final clip of the night that we have here.
No stone will be left unturned. That's Finance Minister Dr. Nigel Clark restating the government's commitment to the investigation in the multi-million-dollar fraud case at Stocks and Securities Limited. The minister notes, before he made the announcement of the FBI's inclusion, investigative bodies were already collaborating with the Bureau. Since then, Dr. Clark says the FBI's involvement has been solidified into the investigations and will only get more aggressive.
In the briefing that I have received, based on developments, the FBI is going to be intensifying their involvement even beyond what would have been thought when I first made that statement.
The minister notes the ministry has already written to an international partner for assistance with forensic auditing, and the government of Jamaica is prepared to foot the bill for their involvement.
If somebody wants to give us, we will take it, of course, right? But this is so important. We are going to allocate the space in our budget to make sure we can procure the best international forensic experts that we can find.
And since then, Dr. Clark says the ministry has identified a firm, and the procedures involved in contracting said firm are already underway.
The cyber resources and cyber forensic resources of the government of Jamaica have also been activated. And all avenues that cyber can reach, and I don't have to specify them, all of them will be opened up with no stone left unturned.
Nasika Aliman reporting for CVM Live.
You know, I have to laugh. I have to laugh because Nigel Clark himself a laugh. Right? Carl Gates and Nigel Clark come in like a big stew. No, Nigel Clark said, no stone will be left unturned. No stone. And so then he's going to do a detailed dive. And of course, he's going to bring the perpetrator to justice. Now, Nigel Clark, quite apparent. I am asking you, why you cross carry has not been questioned? Why? You cross carry has not been questioned. Right? We heard about the FBI being investigated, and the FBI, right, is going to ensure that no stone left unturned. We know that that was a big lie. Then I said, mistake. Don't forget Ian Fleming Airport, almost 2 years. And FBI gone silent. They all need to be locked away in a cell. Right? Black next to Alan Stanford serving 100 years for crime and injustice. No, but Jamaica, on a very serious note. Are these the people that we want to vote for? Are these the people who want to guide our future? This is very serious. Vendetta. That's what I'm talking about. He's laughing like it's fun. No, exactly, Vendetta. Exactly. Right? Because he knows very well, right, that he's lying. He knows very well that he's lying. And so then, here we are today, no FBI. Here we are today, no FBI. And so then when you look, Devon Fletcher, Mystic Sensation, that's all cheap psychology, Mr. Nigel Clark, by Mr. Clark and PR stunt. Exactly. When you look at these things, right, that these persons come out and, you know, they blatantly lies, right? Now, just look, we have a local government election coming up. And here's the Prime Minister, right, as it relates to trying to make promise that he's going to build Oasis Park in Portmore, right? Continue to just fool the people because he believe that, you know, the people are just, I don't know, right? The people are just gullible. Just gullible. Janet Jones, that's how they speak whenever they are lying to the masses. Also, watch PM. Exactly, John. So when I see these things, right, how can we trust them when we don't know the illicit six? So, you know, for my ending tonight, I want to say to all of us Jamaicans, for us to be aware of what is happening to our healthcare, and I'm glad that the United States call it out for what it is. So then it doesn't seem like we are just bashing the government because we hate the government. No. We are talking the facts. So we're glad that the United States call it out, right? So people who believing that, you know, we on social media, we are just, you know, speaking against the government because we hate the government, right? So now that the United States call it out, maybe now you will have an understanding that our health sector, right, is definitely a disaster. When you look as it relates to CRH, that started out with 4 billion, right, projected for refurbishing. And now that 4 billion being added by 10 billion, right? And CRH has not been completed, and the Prime Minister on top of that is promising state-of-the-art hospital in St. Catherine. And the promising don't stop there. He is also promising state-of-the-art Oasis Park in Portmore. And it goes on, right? Even although Portmore don't have the location to have that he's telling lie about. But this is what they do. This is what they do. And in the history of our politics, the evidence, the clear evidence, show you that Jamaica Labour Party, right, in the history of our politics, pilfered from the treasury. You have seen the evidence of them and those who have gone to prison. You have seen the clear evidence. And so then why we want to continue to support someone who don't care about our welfare, stealing from our treasury, and lining their pocket for them and their friends? Why we want to continue? People, if it left up to me alone, honestly, it would be the People's National Party in power for me and some other third party in opposition. Honestly, for me, right now, it is the People's National Party should be put in power and some other third party, whether it is want to be UIC or whatever it want to be, some other third party in opposition. But the Jamaica Labour Party, government, right, they are to stay away from our political process. Honestly. Honestly. Jamaica Labour Party need to stay away from our political process any at all. Now you Terry Longtongue, me have a little thing for you, but me left you for next week, telling people lie as it relates to that we are exporting more than we are importing. I want you, Terry Longtongue. Want you. And we have the evidence, man. And I want to know with you, Mr. Terry Longtongue, right? It just, we have people knowing to the fact that you are lying, damaging Jamaica. You are damaging people's life when I come out and telling pure lies. Pure lies. But it's a Terry Longtongue. We don't expect better from you, you know. We don't expect better from you because we know that you're associated with Patrick Bailey. We don't expect nothing better from you. You get what I say? So remember, bust your bubbles. You understand what I deal with? But believe you for next week. So Jamaica, let me talk to the 63%. You have seen the cases that we have presented, presented. Right? And we are coming from an honest place. Right? We are talking about the truth. Because we want Jamaica for all of us. We want a better future for our children. We want where we can see the crime reduced within the low hundreds and even getting better because people are bearing a true opportunity and that all of us must be given an opportunity. That is what democratic socialism is all about. It is time for us to stop from playing the diarrhea politics and understand that there is a true issue where people are suffering in Jamaica. Mr. Sensation, he cannot fulfill 100 days promises. Do we think about a long-term promises? My friend, I am telling you, Devon. Think of what Devon says. He cannot fulfill 100 days. Right? Now, the 8 years of Andrew Holness in Parliament, right? Swinging onto Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips' blueprint, telling lies upon lies. Right? And so then, if we did not come out and speak that, okay, the highway 2000 is Portia Simpson blueprint, right? No, just look at it. Just look at it. From PJ Patterson slated that. Mama Portia Simpson take it on 2012 and make sure, right, agreement being signed off on. And here is Andrew Warners, right, in 2020, 3 and 24 want to take over the highway. You understand? Now, people, I am saying that we need to make sure that we are fighting for our children's future. It's not about us. We are fighting for our children's future to do the right thing. Another term of Jamaica Labour Party government. People, you are going to suffer. You are going to suffer serious situations. Serious situations. Right? Look on the inflation that we are facing. Look on the inflation that we are facing. Never before. Never before. Look at what you are facing. And so then, that is my final argument for tonight. Once again, I want to thank you all to pass through Mystic Sensation. And, you know, blessing as always. Right? Thank you very much. Right? To sit and tune in. Right, wifey? Handing over to you. Now, Janet, they have built a tower of lies. It soon collapse, of course. What has the administration built properly since being in power? Tell me. Nothing. Nothing, Janet. Nothing, Jan. Them start to import goat, and they was calling Crawford Goatman. Where they see? Exactly. The government term limit is up. I will ask Paula to tell them. Exactly. Regular. The little boy, girl. Okay. All right. So that is you, Annie.
Okay, so thank you, Baron, again for that insightful and informative discussion. And thank you to everyone who participated in the discussion. Really appreciate it. Thank you for everyone who tuned in television land, and also to our silent supporters. Really appreciate each and everyone's support. The phone lines are open right now, so if anybody wants to call in, I have pinned the number, and it's also streaming across the screen. So if you want to call in, I'm giving a few minutes for you to do so. And it's all they do is steal each other's plan.
Yeah.
Saying big up. Great job.
Bless up, Janet. Vendetta, bless up, Vendetta.
All right, let me just bring up the template there. So the lines are open, guys. The number is 1587-568-6287, and it's a WhatsApp number. So if you want to call in, yeah, you're free to do so right now. Oh my goodness. Okay. 6, 3. Okay. All right. So just close those out. All right. Louis saying also good work. No, saying thanks also to to you. Great show. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate Joyce and blessings always. It was yet another powerful, packed night of information. Thank you so much.
Blessings.
Okay, guys. So now we are going to go into Jeopardy, and we are playing for credit. It's 1,000 Jamaican dollars credit to the person with the most points, and then 5 runners up of $500 each, Digicel or Flow. And in answering the question will be in the form of a statement, and you answer in the form of a question. If it's the name of a person, it is who is, and then the name, and if the name of any, and if it's a place or thing, then it is what is or where is, and then the answer. All right, so let me just go ahead and share the screen. Let me just remove the logo so you can see it more clearly. All right, so tonight's categories are science, riddles, Jamaican food, Jamaican prime ministers, and world capital. So to start with, they're just gonna throw out a category and for how many points, and then we're gonna start with that. The person who answers the question correctly will choose the next category, and so forth and so on until the board is empty. Now, Sonia, I still have not received that number that you want me to send the credit to for from last week. I checked IG and I checked WhatsApp and I didn't see anything. So that $500 credit is still outstanding to be issued. So you can either send it to me on IG or you can send it to me on WhatsApp with the number that's there, and also make sure to give me the provider. All right. So throw out a category, and we will start with that. And for how many points? The amount of promises the PM making all over the island, where he's going to get the money from to fulfill all of that.
Crazy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Truck Life is saying food for 500. So we're going to start with food for 500. And it's the double score answer. All right, to pick up that from early. Foul smelling and bitter tasting fruit that commonly grows on small trees close to the sea, also known as duppy soursop. Name the fruit. Foul smelling and bitter tasting fruit that commonly grows on small trees close to the sea, also known as duppy soursop. Name the fruit. Let me open from the pen and take another one from what the continent.
Okay.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is noni, and that is for 500 points, and it's a double score, so it's gonna double up to get 1,000 points. So let's see who first.
1,000 points already?
Yep, pull the double score early. Let me unpin that since somebody is calling. All right. Let's refresh and see who first came in with the correct response. Truck Life for 1,000 points. What is Noni? Then Donmel, Beat and Teach, Janet, Lloyd. I'm sorry, Louis. You have to put what is before the answer, and if it's the name of a person, then it is who is. Sean is saying food for 200. Welcome, Sean. Happy Friday. All right, so Truck Life is saying food for 400.
So the first question, Truck Life, sit down well.
A light sandwich shaped bread. It is typically filled with meat or cheese or a patty and consumed as a lunch or snack item. A light sandwich shaped bread. It is typically filled with meat or cheese or a patty and consumed as a lunch or snack item. Name the food. Everybody run out. Okay, Mr. Boo, thank you so much for still being here. Really appreciate it.
Bless yourself, Mr. Boo.
From over there in Australia. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is cocoa bread, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. Let me just refresh. All right, so it started there. Truck Life, 400 points.
Oh, Truck Life, you say now.
Also, Candy Max also got that. Joey, Sean, Beat and Teach, Golda, welcome, happy Friday, saying good show. Thank you so much. All right, Truck Life is saying food for 300. A dark, spicy sweet bread, typically made with raisins and fruit. It is commonly eaten with cheese. A spicy sweet bread, typically made with raisins and fruit. It is commonly eaten with cheese. Name the food. I see the answer that I'm looking for. No delays. What is bun? Made with raisins and fruits, commonly eaten with cheese, bun and cheese, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Truck Life run out again. What is bun? Then Beat and Teach.
Much points?
Truck Life is first bun, 300.
Wow.
Don Mel. Joey also came with bun. This bun. Janet. And Truck Life is saying food for 200. Welcome, Andrew. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. He's saying hello, everyone, and he's picking up Truck Life. Sonia, this is Sonia. This is Sonia. Still waiting on that number for the credit from last week. Thank you, Andrew. So you can send it to me on IG or on what the WhatsApp number that's screaming on the screen.
He's going to donate $20 credit to the winner tonight.
Where is it at? Okay,
like
great. Thank you so much, Vendetta. Really appreciate that. $20 credit to the winner tonight. Wow. All right. The game is on. All right. So you're saying food for 200. Thank you for that initiative, Vendetta. Really appreciate it. A round flatbread made from grated cassava, which has been repeatedly pressed to remove the juice. A round flatbread made from grated cassava, which has been repeatedly pressed to remove the juice. Name the food. Welcome, Daniel. Happy Friday. Oh, I sent a message on the WhatsApp number. Okay, I'll check it. Okay, remember guys, you have to put what is before the answer, and I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Bami. So it's made from grated cassava, and you repeatedly press the juice out of it. All right, so let's see who came in with the correct response first, but a lot of people run out. Where did it start? I don't want to miss anything. Okay, guys. So when you answer the question, you're gonna see yourself as being first. What you have to do is refresh the chat, and then you'll see the order in which the answers really came in. So everybody's gonna see themselves as answering first, and that's why you hear me say, "Let me refresh the chat," because then when I refresh it, I get it in the correct order. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life, 200 points. Then Janet, Candy Max, Don Mel, Sonia, Early Blessed, and Carl also got it, but they need to put what is Daniel. The girls them sugar. Happy Friday, thank you, Daniel. All right, so Hush, Andrew. All right, Chocolate is saying, thank you so much, Bandit. It says, enjoy your program. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you, and really appreciate your continued support and endorsement as well. Thank you. Chocolate is saying food for 100. Oops. Commercially produced drinks or juice packaged in plastic bags. Commercially produced drinks or juice packaged in plastic bags. What is that? What are those? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. No delays, and it is what is bag of juice? Commercially produced drinks or juice packaged in plastic bags. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. So refresh the chat. All right, let's see who first came in. Truck Life, 100 points. It took away all that category.
100 points?
Then Daniel, Sonia, Janet, Beat and Teach. And just is moving too fast. That's a Truck Life you couldn't wait. Early Bless. Can you master stock?
Let's see Empress.
Sean, what is bag juice? Millicent, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Yes, better late than never. Okay, saying just a chocolate block food. Yes, he's put the whole category. All right. So Prime Minister's for 500 says Truck Life. 500. I'm starting big. He was knighted by Queen Elizabeth II while in a coma and died 10 days later. He was knighted by Queen Elizabeth II while in a coma and died 10 days later. Name the former Prime Minister. And remember, the name of a person is who is. That never kill me. And died 10 days. Listen, that never kill me. Oh my God. Okay, really appreciate that, Millicent. Thank you so much. Jamaican Prime Minister. Let me see. Okay, I see the answer that I am looking for. And it's out there that this person died was poisoned, but he was not. He died of a massive brain bleed. Right? So, and the answer is, who is Donald Sangster? And that is for 500 points. So Donald Sangster is the one who was knighted by the Queen while in a coma and died 10 days later. And that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just refresh. Daniel, you all want to set him off early. You want to set him off early, Daniel. All right, first on the board with the correct response is Donmel for 500, who is Donald Sangster. We're not marking for spelling Donmel, or just put Don. We're not marking for spelling because we know the typo sometimes.
How much for that?
500. Then
all right.
Truck Life. Just trying to make sure I don't miss anything. Then Beat and Teach. Yes, that's how the answers came in.
And so the score as it is, Donmel on 500 points, Truck Life 2,000 points.
Beat and Teach, I tell Truck Life to go drink some Uncle Ray. Oh my goodness. All right, so Donmel is saying Prime Minister for 400. Prime Minister for 400. He also served as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs between 1978 and 1980. He also served as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs between 1978 and 1980. And it's a double point answer. So it's going to be 800 points for the person who answers this correctly. Guys, you need to know your history. Where history is very important. All right, so which prime minister served between that time as deputy prime minister and then minister of foreign affairs? Right. Make sure it's who is. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So no delays, and it is who is PJ Patterson. So he served during that time in those capacities, and that is for 800 points. So let me refresh the chat and see who came in with the correct response. Truckland, who is PJ Patterson, 800 points.
Whoa.
Then Donmel, Janet, Muriel.
2,800 points already.
Mm-hmm.
And W score not coming.
Let me get that. That was a wild kangaroo wrench guess. Just throw something. Yes, you got it. All right, Sean also came in with PJ. All right, so capitals for 500 is switching it up a bit. So capitals for 500. The capital of Egypt. Everybody run out. That teacher Chocolate, I think you have the sheet with the answer. All right, the capital of Egypt. Everybody run out. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. No delays, and it is what is Cairo? So the capital of Egypt is Cairo, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. Let me just refresh the chat. Truck life. Oh, and he went and corrected it and still had time.
How much that?
500 points. Candy Max, Muriel, Don Mel, Beat and Teach, Danielle, Sonia. Barbara saying, excellent program tonight. Thanks again, Mr. Penn Station.
Blessings, blessings. Score as it is. Dunmel, 500 points. Truck Life, 3,300 points.
Truck Life is saying capital for 400. Capital of Canada. Capital of Canada. Let me see how many persons I got thrown. How many things I got thrown. Let's see. What is the capital of Canada?
I know so a lot of people might throw that, you know.
Can I tell you?
Toronto.
Let's say. Turn off the spotlight over there, so. Yes, you must talk or you can't whisper.
You know, so they go through that.
All right. I see the answer that I am looking for. What is Ottawa? I was looking for who's going to put Toronto because people always make that mistake to say the capital of Canada is Toronto. No, it's not. It's Ottawa. And that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. Sonia. Sonia, 400 points.
Okay, good.
Then Truck Life corrected. Muriel, Janet,
So
Candy
Sonia
Max,
is on
Mel, Danielle.
So the score as it is, Sonia on 400 points, Dunmel 500 points, Truck Life 3,300.
Oh, really? I didn't know that Truck Life not using Wi-Fi, it's using data. Or the service, I guess it's the same as data. Blessed weekend to you both from Barbara. Same to you. Thank you so much.
Blessed weekend, Barbara.
Have a wonderful and restful weekend. I'm telling you, Sonia. Sonia said it would be horrible if I didn't get that one. Okay, choose the next category and for how many points. Oh, she can't read the board. Okay, so we have time to reduce Jamaican prime ministers left on the world capital. On the world capital, we have 100 to 300 points. Under prime minister, still 100 to 300 points. Under riddle, full up to 500, and under science, full up to 100. World capital for 300, okay. Capital of Belgium. Capital of Belgium. Everybody run out.
Oh.
What?
What is that to me?
Let me answer the mail when your Millicent is logging.
What is the battery want to change? What?
The sensor at the back door, the battery need changing. But the technician came and him never need changing out alarming every so often.
I see why I've got him back again.
Figure out how to open it and put in the battery but it's to open it.
You can go on YouTube and see that.
It's not so easy. That's why you have to come. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, so no delays. What is Brussels? Brussels sprout. What is Brussels? And that is for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. Let me refresh the chat. Janet, 300 points.
All right. John did it.
Life, Daniel, Muriel, Beat and Teach, Don Mel.
All right. As the score as we speak, Janet on 300 points, Sonia 400 points, Danmel 500 points, Truck Life 3,300.
Daniel, a big truck life letting me before the commute. Sorry, I didn't release the board. Sorry, guys. There you go. So choose the next category, and for how many points? She's saying riddles for 300. You buy me to eat, but you never eat me. What am I?
What that, you know?
You buy me to eat, but you never eat me. What am I? And that's for 300 points. I need to borrow more fat nimble fingers. You buy me to eat, but you never eat me. What am I? It's three possible answers. So any one of those three answers that I see first will get the point. So 3 possible answers. About time. You know, eat time?
No, all the time.
About time.
You know,
All right.
you're going to say, yeah, buy more white time. You know what you're going to do tonight?
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is drumroll. What is plate, a fork, or a spoon? You buy these to eat, but you never eat them. You use them to eat. So that is 300 points, and I'm going to make up the riddle. You remember what is false teeth?
That's true, too. You're right, that is true.
Oh my goodness. All right, let's see who came in with the correct response. Those are the 3 possible answers. Truck Life for 300 points. Then Truck Life again with spoon and plate. Daniel also came in plate. Andrew. So what is boxed food? Janet also came in with fork. Truck Life knife. Tell you Truck Life. Then boxed food. Okay, and that's how the answers came in. All right, Truck Life is saying riddles for 500. And remember, guys, you have to put what is before the answer or who is. So riddles for 500 says Truck Life. What tastes better than it smells?
I'm not seeing person.
She must have visit weekend, or she will let me know.
I'm going to see Ricardo.
Maybe at work. What tastes better than it smells? Maybe not get a chance to come on. What tastes better than it smells? What tastes better than it smells? Chocolate mouth. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. It is your tongue. Your tongue tastes better than it smells because you cannot smell. and that is for 500 points. All right, let's refresh the chat and see who first came in with the correct response. Janet, the truck life flying out the whole kitchen. All right. Daniel. Oh, Daniel is on the board for 500 points. What's its tongue? Then Muriel, Andrew. Oh my God.
So the score as it is, Jonathan 300 points, Sonia 400 points, Daniel and Donmel 500 points, Truck Life 3,600.
What?
Yeah, Truck Life.
For rip up the board. So Daniel, choose the next category and for how many points? Truck Life, I given a donkey lens. Catch up. All right. Can't see it on that. Oh, capitals for two. Shannon's a truck life at school with. Capitals for 200. Capital of the Netherlands. Capital of the Netherlands. What is the capital of Netherlands? Okay.
This one actually.
All right, I see the answers that I am looking for. So known delays, and it is what is Amsterdam. So Amsterdam is the capital of the Netherlands, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me refresh. Right. Trying to find where it's stuck. Oh, there we go. Sonia, what is Amsterdam for 200 points?
Oh, Sonia.
And Truck Life, Danielle, Cardimax, Kishkar to the spelling, Janet, Muriel, what is? All right. Oh, Andrew, I thought it used to go for everybody and it just starts. It's the race is not for the swift, but who can endure to the end. Truck Life can testify to that, and Daniel. Janet said you need to go slow as like time. She's telling Truck Life. All right. Andrew, so reach like Daniel, you got this. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points? And that's Sonia. So choose the next category so she can't see. Still, so we have Jamaican Prime Minister up to 300. Okay, she sent capitals for 100. Okay, finishing that off. Capital of France. Everybody run out. Everybody run out, jump out, skip out, but don't roll out. Well, I can roll out, but don't crawl. You might get left. Chocolate. You lose the Jamaican card and you want to lose the international card, you know. Seriously. Daniel. Right. The answer that I'm looking for. Let's see who first came in. So the answer is Paris, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Andrew, for 100 points.
Andrew?
Then Shropcliffe, Candy Max, Muriel, Daniel, Donmel, he started but didn't finish. Janet, Sonia, Dawn, Shropcliffe laughing, Beat and Teach, Millicent.
All right. So Andrew on 100 points, Janet 300 points, Daniel and Donmel 500 points, Sonia 600 points, Truck Life 3,600 points.
Paul, what is Paul? Oh, I think are you meaning food, Andrew, for 100? Oh, PM for 300. Both of his parents were teachers, and he represented 3 constituencies during his tenure as a member of parliament. Both of his parents were teachers, and he represented 3 constituencies during his tenure as a member of parliament. Name that prime minister. Yes, kind of math. There's a prize for third place, but at the end of the game, when everything is added up, we have up to 5 winners each night, 4 runners up and 1 grand prize winner, or 1 major prize winner. Let me make sure who is it there. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, drum roll, who is Bruce Golding, son of Tatius and Enid Golding, both teachers. And that's for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. Truck Life, 300 points. Then Janet, Don Mel, Muriel, and that's that is the trouble in the camp. Eat and Teach with Bruce Golding. Yes, I like me right again. I'm feeling kind of smart with these guesses.
W points. W points on going to me. W points.
There's one more. 1 gone and double score. Then minister for 200. This prime minister served in the Royal Canadian Air Force and was described as a populist. This prime minister served in the Royal Canadian Air Force and was described as a populist. Name the prime minister, Jamaican prime minister that is. Stop copying from my paper. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is, who is Michael Manley? From 1943 to 1945, and in 1972, he became the 4th Prime Minister of Jamaica. So he did that from 1943 to 1945. He served in the Royal Canadian Air Force. And that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. Let's see. Then my triple ever drop asleep on the steering. Andrew, who is Michael Manley? I don't know if his middle name was Norman, but he has who is Michael Manley, so that is for 200 points.
You have to clarify that because now Michael Manley, Michael name Norman Manley. So that needs clarification.
He has the first and the last name. Who's Michael Manley?
Okay.
Where's that?
So Andrew,
200 points.
200
Then
points
we
for
can
Andrew?
teach, yeah. When it comes to Michael Manley.
Yeah.
John, Janet. Excuse me, Max. Oh, let me see where they put. Okay.
So the score as it is, Andrew and Janet on 300 points.
Okay.
Daniel and Donmel, 500 points. Sonia, 600 points. Truck Life, 3,900 points.
All right. So Andrew chose the next category and for how many points?
Andrew choose. Andrew, Prime Minister for 100.
That's the whole day. What call out for justice?
So Andrew choose. Andrew Fisher, Prime PM for 100.
Hold on. It's Michael Norman Manley, so it's correct. Name is Michael Norman Manley. So he is correct. Yes, his middle name is Norman. All right, so Andrew had said PM for 100. This Prime Minister also served as Minister of Finance from 1990 to 1991. This Prime Minister also served as Minister of Finance from 1990 to 1991. Name the Prime Minister. Hold on. If you only put, let me see. So answer the next question. Let me just see what he's talking about here. No, Daniel. If you don't have Michael, you cannot be correct because Norman Manley was his father. So if you just put Norman Manley and he was not a prime minister. So if you just put Norman Manley, you're incorrect. His first name was Michael. His middle name was Norman. If you just put Norman, then you're speaking to the father.
Yeah, Andrew right, because Andrew has his name in full.
Even if he didn't have the Norman and just Michael, might be correct. But anybody who have Norman before and no Michael is incorrect. Maverick saying, thank you, Mystic Sensation, for a wonderful program as always.
Bless up yourself.
And thank you so much for your continued support. Really appreciate it. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Let me just make sure who is this there. All right. And the answer is P.J. Patterson. So he served as Minister of Finance from 1990 to 1991, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. And it started. This one is freezing up on me. All right, first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life for 100 points. Then Sonia, Verona, welcome, Verona. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Sean didn't finish that, but he had PJ as well. Also, Andrew, Janet, Ford Glory. Okay, I think it's better now. The signal it's better.
Okay.
Again with the weather. Yes, seriously, you got it correct. Choose the next category and for how many points. Okay, so we only have 2 categories left on the board. Everybody are fighting signs like the plague. Riddles for 400. Riddles for 400. Sonia sending it to your bed, Truck Life. I came out of the earth. I am sold in the market. He who buys me cuts off my tail, takes off my suit of silk, and weeps beside me when I am dead. And it's a double point answer. That's for 800 points. So I come out of the earth. I am sold in the market. He who buys me cuts off my tail, takes off my suit of silk, and weeps beside me when I'm dead. Answer that riddle. So you cut off my tail, take off my suit of silk, and you weep beside me when I'm dead. Right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, so no delays, and the answer is, what is onion? That thing when you cut it up too much, trust me, it make you cry without you even making noise. It's just running. All right, so what is onion? And that is for 800 points. It's a double point answer. All right, so let's see who first. Let's see who picked up those 800 points. Yes. Andrew, 800 points. Then Candy Max, Donmel, but didn't quite finish typing. Beat and Teach, she had garlic, but an onion. This onion is the correct one. Janet. Yes, Andrew got it. Say bap bap. All right, choose.
And it's a double point.
Yeah, 800 points. So it's 400, and he gets 800 points for the 400.
Okay. Okay. So the score as it is, Janet and 300 points, Daniel and Dummel 500 points, Sonia 600 points, Andrew 1,100 points, and Truck Life 4,000 points.
It's how many persons on the board? 6?
Yeah.
How going to be 6 months tonight? All right, so riddles for 200. If there are 3 apples and you take away 2, how many apples do you have? If there are 3 apples and you take away 2, how many apples do you have?
Almost 2.
It's not complicated. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is 2. You have 3 apples and you take away 2. You have 2. There is 2. All right. How much do I get for effort? All right, Dunmel 2.
Dunmel 2?
Yes, reduced 200 points. So Dunmel first came in with the correct response. Then Danielle.
That's 200 points, honey.
Yeah. Then Janet, Andrew. And about a minute, I get that one. All right, so Daniel is saying, oh, riddles. Okay, it's 100 that's left, not 200. Okay, corrected it. What goes up and down but doesn't move? What goes up and down but doesn't move? Andrew, if you with Truck Life keyboard. Hush, Daniel. What goes up and down but never move? So what is pressure? Time. Okay. Temperature. Okay. Stairs. Okay. What is my pressure? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and what is staircase? So they go up and down, but they never move. All right, and that is for 100 points. And the last category is there that everybody avoiding. All right, let's see who picked up those 100 points. All right, Daniel, 100 points. What is stairs or staircase? Same thing. Sonia, Andrew, Millicent, but didn't have what is steps there on the stairs. Verona, Beat and Teach, Janet.
All right. Score as it is.
Yeah, looks correct.
Janet on 300 points, Tanya and Daniel, 600 points. Danmel, 700 points. Andrew, 1,100 points. And Short Life, 4,000 points.
Welcome, welcome, Arlene. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for
Bless yourself, Sister Arlene.
And Cuba One, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you
Cuba
so
One,
much for
bless
joining.
yourself.
All right. So he's saying thanks for, am I seeing 100? I think I saw 100. Oops. It's frozen. Yes, thanks for 100. This color absorbs the most light. What color absorbs the most light? This color absorbs the most light. This color absorbs the most light. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, so no delay, and it is what is black. That's why when you have on black clothes in a hot place, you feel the heat more. Dark colors absorb light, lighter colors reflect the light, so the white clothes have the light to bounce off. So that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So black absorbs light, lighter colors reflects light. Or deflects it too. All right, so okay, so when you're answering, you have to put what is before the answer. It's just like regular Jeopardy that they play on TV, or that the question is in the form of a statement and then they answer in the form of a question. They always answer what is, or if it's the person, it's who is, or if somewhere it is where is. All right, so chocolate for 100 points.
All right.
Then Daniel, Andrew, Mel, Donmel, Sonia, Janet, Millicent, Sean, Beat and Teach. A chocolate is then 200. This state of matter takes the shape of its container. So name that state of matter. This state of matter takes the shape of its container. So which one of the state of matters take the shape of its container? Everybody run out with that. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is liquid. So liquid. Trevor, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. All right, and that is for 200 points. No. There's water is also liquid. So if persons put water, it's liquid. So no debate there. All right, chocolate, and that's for 200 points. Water, then Don Mel.
200 points for chocolate?
Yes, then chocolate. Okay, change water, liquid. Okay, Janet, Stania, Daniel, chocolate, Andrew, Sean, Verona, Millicent, Beat and Teach. Oh, he said that it changed the phone, changed it to water. Right, he's saying 300. Meaning of the abbreviation NASA. What does the abbreviation NASA stand for? Or NASA. What does the abbreviation NASA stand for? What is the meaning of the abbreviation NASA? Oh my goodness. Some fast typing are going around here. Remember, guys, we don't mark for spelling as long as we know that's what you intended to put for the answer. Because sometimes with fast typing, it causes errors, and sometimes the keyboard starts to change it a bit. That's the Andrew with the spelling as always. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is National Aeronautics and Space Administration, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in, and where did my chat go? My goodness, the chat disappeared. Everything disappeared. One sec, guys.
It's a Mystic sensation.
Everything just blanked out so well. Okay. Not bringing it up.
Use my phone.
Okay. All right, we're back. All right, so let's see who picked up those. What is it? 300 points. Andrew, 300 points. Then Truck Life Millicent. Trevor, but input what is Sonia, Daniel, Verona. It's too long to write long. All right. You're an alien, so you should know my name. I call area what 51. All right. So what 400 or 500? Which one you going with, Andrew? Yeah, that's why I said we don't mark for spelling, because with the fast typing and sometimes the keyboard sort of change the things around a bit. So as long as we get the gist and we know that it's the answer that they were putting, then we don't really mark for the spelling unless we're doing spelling. Name the tissue which connects bones to muscles. Name the tissues which connect, but should be muscles to bones. But anyway, name the tissues which connect muscles to bones. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is tendons. So the tendons connect the muscles to the bones, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. Done, man. 400 points were done.
Whoa.
Then Daniel, Sonia, Andrew, Janet, Millicent, All right, so there's only one left. Let me just reveal that. Everybody's ready. Trevor also got 10 done. All right. The hardest natural substance on earth. What is the hardest natural substance on earth? Let me see these answers. What is the hardest natural substance on earth? Well, British bad. All the scholars running out. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So known delays, and it is what is diamond, and that is for a whole 500 points.
Wow.
So let's see who came in with the correct response. Let me just refresh. Truck Live, 500 points, then done. Okay, faster. That is the first that I looked in the refresh. I look properly. Then Janet, Danielle, Tanya, Millicent, Sean, Trevor, Beat and Teach. Hush Millicent is Olympic fingers over here, and alien Wi-Fi they have, so you have to be very quick. Speed is the name of the game. What a shine.
So, of course, and there it is. In fifth place, we have Danielle, 600 points. Fourth place, Sonia, 600 points. Third place, Dunmel with 1,100 points. Second place, Andrew, 1,400 points. And Truck Live take the night away, 4,800 points.
Okay, I see your message, Vandetta. We'll do that. So remember, guys, the winner tonight, Vandetta is gonna match their credit with US $20.
All right. Plus, Truck Live taking away US $20 tonight as well.
Yep.
Oh, that's extremely good.
Gonna get a total of 30. Yeah, true. So when you have quiz against like Truck Life and Bed, well, Ricardo and Empress wasn't here, so I don't know what you would have said if they were here. Because they're just as quick. Okay, so congratulations to all the winners tonight. Congratulations to everyone who made the board. Congratulations to everyone who was able to answer questions. Really appreciate each and everyone's participation. I know it's not easy because it's actually you're working against time with speed. So congratulations. So job well done by everyone who was able to answer. All right, Tiffany's still here. Thank you so much, Tiffany. Happy New Year. Hope all is well with you and family and the baby. Hug the baby for me.
Bless myself, Tiffany.
And Arlene said, Diamond is a girl's best friend. Truck up as a good Samaritan and seeing that we are top competitors. Why don't you pass on US $20 to me? Says Andrew. You guys, someone called Empress and Ricardo and they'll go from me, please.
After you win.
Corrupt. You know, call
No, that is corrupt, Truck Live. So wait until you win everything.
I'm sure him go very far from the board before then we know somebody to call him. All right, if Empress will hear this because she's going to see.
Yeah.
My goodness. And as the Andrew come kick off everybody. So who are the, let me see.
I think my session did.
So Sonia now I have two credits to get. I was looking for her number. She said she sent it to me. All right.
So, Sunny has an outstanding credit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, all right, we have to clear up that.
Okay, I'll answer this person asking about the group. So I will add this number to the group.
Okay, good.
I'm looking. No, I don't need the name, Sonny. I just need the name, the number and the provider, whether Digicel or Flow. But I'm looking and I am not seeing. Hold on. Let me just open each and all of them and see.
So to resend.
I'm just opening them to see if I missed seeing it. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing the number, Sonny. You said it's in WhatsApp?
Did she send it in the group or what?
I said she will send it again.
Exactly.
Let me check. Is it just the WhatsApp or did you send it on try sending it again? But the number there.
Number is coming up now.
All right,
See the number. Here's the number.
627.
Six 287.
Okay, I see it now, Sonia. Thank you. Yeah, it came on the second. And I knew I'd send it from after 5, but it's just coming up since you did it again. Okay, I see it. All right. So, okay, and the provider is there. Okay, we'll definitely do that. Okay,
So she's supposed to get 1,000 credit, right?
544. Yeah, because she from last week.
Okay, so
But I didn't get the send because I didn't have the number. All right, so Daniel wanted to go to 44. Yes, I see it, Sonia. Thank you. So I will send it to that number. Okay. And you're a top boss. Oh yes, you can, and you can definitely hold your own. The race is not for the swift, but who can endure to the end. Sometimes some persons
vitamin
sometimes
tastes good on it.
it's supposed to taste like burn
Molasses.
and something there. Okay, so send it to your old number, which is the 544. So I got that, Daniel. Good night, Sonia. Have a wonderful weekend. Thanks again for not only a vibrant discussion, but an entertaining, fun time. You are welcome, and thank you so much for sticking around and making it entertaining
Exactly.
and fun. Really appreciate it. We can't do it without you guys. Chuck, if I feel like I'm being attacked. Chuck, you need a bodyguard as of tonight.
Yes.
You pulled down all of them credit there.
Next week, Friday, is going to be wars between you and Empress.
And remember, him win the end of year prize. So
Exactly.
no, man, you definitely need a bodyguard.
Yeah, you need a bodyguard on top of that.
What his name in Jamaica again? No, Prince. The King, you need King Alarm. What you drinking, Baron? Him drinking Vitamalt.
Vitamalt.
What we get King Alarm for you.
I like it a lot. This is the Vitamalt. Yeah, man, we have it up here.
Right. David is saying big up everyone.
All right.
Mighty Malt, you have to drink. My company, Mighty Malt. We've never seen
Mighty
that one.
Malt. You know, I like this one because it tastes of a burnished taste. So yeah.
We have Tiger Malt is the one we see here, and the Vitamalt which him have.
Vitamalt. I
don't know if they might be in the Jamaican store. You bought that one at Spice World, right?
Yeah.
And that's the Indian owned it. Can you imagine Indians selling Jamaican products, most of the Caribbean products in them store?
You said
Never heard of the
Lion
Tiger
Malt.
Malt. Yeah, we have Tiger Malt here. That's what we have. Good be touchy then. Good night, Mystic. What? Mystic. Get tongue tied. Mystic sites. Mystikites.
Mystikites.
What good, great show. The word is
right.
love. Thank you so much.
Blessings,
The word is love.
blessings,
Back
and
to you.
blessings.
One love.
All right.
One aim. One destiny. The one is the relaxing nerves one. Okay. When you come to Jamaica, try my product. If you make it or is your company that said it? Done, man. A blessed night to everyone and see you tomorrow. And Reason with Ratigan at 3 p.m. So guys,
Oh, yes.
remember,
Blessings.
Reason with Ratigan is coming on. At
Reason with
3 p.m.
Ratigan at 3 p.m. All right.
And then you have Town Hall with
All right. Bless up, Dwayne.
with Reggae Dub Scene.
Town Hall, Reggae Dub Scene. We loan some Town Hall and
people get lost.
And when?
Sunday evening.
All right. And people remember, take a walk over Aromatic too, you know. And check out Aromatic.
Jamaican Carlos.
Jamaican Carlos. Right.
Everyone who burn in the fire.
All right. Yeah, man.
Guys, I can't afford to lose focus right now with local government election supposedly around the corner because it is what it today. January 26th.
Is a primitive word.
Because it's January 26th
Exactly.
and we don't hear anything yet, and they have to put polling station in place. They have to get persons to work. They have to do canvassing on the ground.
And
So
all
I
of
don't
that,
know
so-
why. If it's for next month, how come it not call yet?
Well, as I'm saying that, you know, we are looking at one eye, but we have to be ready at a moment notice, right? Because we want to see the back of this government. And we are, you know, very much unified in doing so. All right.
When we go out there in your numbers, those that are shut in and can't make it out by themselves, it's a community effort. Help them out to go out and vote. Every vote counts at this point. And for those who are sitting down and talk about they can't bother with politics, well, politics bother with you from the day you come out of your mother's womb.
Exactly.
Because every
Yes,
decision
politics
that
every day.
politicians
Politics,
make
affects you.
affects you. It affects whether you eat, or whether you don't eat, whether you live or you don't live. Because look at the condition of our healthcare system. People are sleeping on floors who have very chronic, serious medical conditions, cannot get a proper bed to lie on or even have the medications and stuff that they need. So go out there and vote. Every single vote matter. And right now, it's critical times that we are in. Jamaica has gone down into a sinkhole and we need to pull it back up.
So true.
So don't sit there and talk about you can't bother with politics or whatever. It affects everything that you do. So you need to make up your mind what you want, a better Jamaica and a brighter future for your kids, or continue with this mess that we're in, where we're not going to get anywhere anytime soon. And, you know,
and people
are suffering.
And people without any doubt, right? Mark Golding, right, is going to be an excellent Prime Minister. Trust me.
He's showing that he really cares and putting measures in place to curb certain things, but he's getting a roadblock at each time of each part of the way.
Yeah.
Let's put it
right.
that way.
He's the minister who has passed work on most legislations. And I mean, successful businessman when he was in the private sector. So all the clues are there for you to see and identify, right? And, you know, of course, honesty and integrity. And he's the one who is responsible, right, as it relates to putting checks and balance in place as it relates to the Integrity Commission Act that passed 2017. So Mark Golding is making the stride to make the system much better. Much better. We have seen that. So for persons who questioning Mark Golding's capability and ability, you know, I mean, I have, trust me, we have been there, we have done that. I'm a certified investigator. You understand? And when we are investigating, we investigate deep, right? We go in depth. So, I mean, we found Mark Golding to be credible, right? Where honesty and integrity is concerned, right? He has been there, he has done that.
Okay,
So,
you have
there you
presented
have
the
it.
case, you have done the education, so it's people to go and make informed decisions as to and think about what they want for the country and what they want for the future.
Exactly.
So let's see what's going to happen, because it's almost February and we have not heard anything yet, and there needs to be a lot of groundwork for election to take place. So I don't know what he's waiting on. And if it was him in the opposition, Lord Jesus, when I go up on the mountain top, Blue Mountain top, and shout it out what is going on and carrying a man shop.
Yeah, remember.
in Black Road and carry on with people.
Remember, it's Donald Trump 2.0. No hesitation in saying that.
Anyway, guys, thank you so much for tuning in on another Friday. Really appreciate each and every one. We know you could have been doing something else on your Friday, but you chose to be with us, and we don't take that for granted. So really appreciate and thank you.
BTNT said should announce Wednesday. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And okay, Andrew was saying that he's talking about the advisory that was sent out on the healthcare system.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's really in shambles. It was bad when I was working there, but it has never been this bad. Never been this bad.
Big up yourself, Andrew.
An international disgrace.
Exactly.
I'm asking this: do you think the story of interest now coming out of Jamaica will pose a problem for them?
Well, I would say yes, because you know, United States is highlighting the vulnerabilities of our healthcare. We have been talking about it all along, and you know, they are, you know, just lying and continue to lie, right? And so then it is a good thing in terms of United States calling a spade, right? And so then majority, you have more people will now believe in terms of what we have been saying long time. All right.
Oh, he said, no, I meant the situation with the Silvera.
Oh, what did you say about the Silvera?
Remember the situation with him and Courtier and whatever.
Well, the Silvera case is an ongoing case. And, you know, what I am saying, you know, let the chips fall where they may, right? If he's guilty of what he's being charged for and the trial process is going to...
That really pose a problem for the PNP.
No, that cannot pose...
It's a private affair because he's not a member of parliament.
The Silvera situation cannot pose a problem for the PNP if Patrick Bailey situation is not posing a problem for the Jamaica Labour Party. Number one, Silvera, right, is a former member of the People's National Party. So then, I mean, how does that ties the People's National Party? Daniel, people, please don't be complacent. The JLP candidates are canvassing with the local government candidates, but they are really pushing themselves. They actually came to my house. That is good to hear, Daniel. Very good, right? And of course, the PNP is working hard out there in the fields, right? We have seen that.
Yeah, he says, I'm just because we know some minds are so fickle, and you're so right because I've seen some real propagandists throwing out some really false narratives out there, and they need to be careful what they are doing.
All right, Candymax, the propaganda that is out there as it relates to Dayton Campbell, Dr. Dayton Campbell. I crushed that last week, right? That's the lie, right? Dr. Dayton Campbell wasn't there. So that has nothing to do in connecting the PNP, right? Other person's name that they are called, they are not there. They weren't there, right? So don't follow the spin machine and, you know, make that, you know, get to your head, right? You understand? The person who the source of that information, right? He's a liar. He's a liar, right? So that's it. Tufton said that our healthcare wasn't designed for the millions of tourists that came here. Can you imagine?
But how many of those tourists actually use our hospital? Because when I was there, I used to work in accident and emergency at Portmore Regional Hospital. And then I decided I needed a break from all the trauma and all of that we used to get within the time when they had the gang warfare in Montego Bay. I went and actually was a resort nurse at one of the hotels just for a break from the hospital. And most times we send the patient, at that time it was Mobile Hope, not the new one that they have open now, or we send them over to Doctors Hospital, or they hardly use Portmore Regional or any of the public ones. So what strain are they putting on our public healthcare system that he's talking about?
Which is true.
And a lot of the time it's the doctor who, because we had doctors on call, we had a nurses station. As long as it's over 100 rooms, you have a nurses station, and you have nurses up at the hospital. One that I worked, we were up until I think it was 10 p.m. We worked until, and it was 2 of us. We worked on shift, and we have a doctor. We had 3 doctors on our list on call. And most times the guests don't want to go to the hospital or leave the resort. They want to continue enjoying the resort. So the doctor would come to the hotel and see them, come with the medication that they need and whatever, just give them an overview of what's happening. And they come with a variety of medications and they get their medication right there. If they don't have it, we call one of the pharmacists in town and they deliver it for them. So I don't understand what strain him talk about.
He's just a lad. Tufton is just a lad, right? He's just a lad. All right, so
just a try to put lipstick on the pig.
Exactly.
And them are the pig.
Animal farm. Holy in the pig. All right, so that's it.
All right, guys. So we're just gonna wrap up here. So thank you so much again. Really appreciate each and everyone's input. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful and blessed weekend. For those who are working on the weekend, hope work will not be too hectic, and hope you have a wonderful and productive week. And stay safe and safe travel on the gravel until next week.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you.